Welcome to Bookish English. My name is Ariel, and today I want to tell you something that might change your life. If you often forget names, words, or ideas, if you read something and then can't remember what you just read, if you walk into a room and forget why you came, then this story is made for you. Because today, you and I are going to learn how to remember everything. Not just for a day, not just for a week, but for life. And here's the beautiful part. As you learn how to remember, you will also learn real English step by step through simple and clear sentences that stay in your mind forever. So listen slowly, follow with your heart, and don't worry about understanding everything at once, because the more you listen, the more your brain will remember. Now, let's begin. I want you to imagine something. Your brain is not weak. It's just like a garden. When you plant seeds, they need care. You water them, give them sunlight, remove the weeds, and then one day they grow into flowers. Memory works the same way. If you just throw the seeds and walk away, nothing grows. But if you give attention, repeat, and connect feelings to what you learn, your brain begins to bloom. Every word you hear, every idea you think, becomes part of you. The truth is, you were never bad at remembering. You were just never taught how. And that changes today. Because today, you'll learn the way of remembering everything easily, happily, and forever. So let's start with the first secret. You can't remember what you never noticed. Most people don't forget because their memory is weak. They forget because they never paid real attention. You can't remember a face if you never looked at it clearly. You can't remember a word if your mind was thinking about something else. Let me give you a simple example. One day, I met a woman at a cafe. She said her name. "Hi, I'm Sarah." I smiled, said hello, and then my phone buzzed. I looked down, answered a message, and when I looked up again, my mind went blank. 2 minutes later, I couldn't remember her name. Why? Because I heard it, but I didn't focus on it. My brain never stored it. It just passed through like air. But the next time, I met another woman. She said, "Hi, I'm Lily." This time, I looked at her eyes and repeated, "Lily, nice to meet you." I imagined her name written on a small flower in my mind. I said it again while smiling. And guess what? The next time I saw her, the name came back instantly. Because I gave my attention. Your brain is like a door. Attention opens it. No attention, no entry. So from now on, every time you want to remember something, stop and look at it carefully. Say it out loud. Repeat it slowly. Give it 5 seconds of full focus. Those 5 seconds can save you hours later. The next secret is even more powerful. Your brain doesn't remember words. It remembers pictures. If I say the word apple, what do you see in your mind? You don't see the letters A-P-P-L-E. You see a red fruit, maybe shiny, maybe with a leaf. That's how your brain works. It doesn't think in text. It thinks in images. So to remember anything, turn it into a picture. If you want to remember the name Rose, imagine a rose on the person's hair. If you want to remember the word mountain, imagine yourself climbing it. The more funny, big, or strange the picture, the better your brain will remember it. Because your brain loves stories, not lists. Let me show you how this works. If I tell you to remember these words, book, cup, dog, rain, shoes, you'll probably forget after a few minutes. But if I make it a story, your brain will remember it forever. Picture this. A book is drinking tea from a cup while a dog dances in the rain wearing shoes. It's silly, but that's the point. The sillier, the stronger the memory. You see it, you laugh, and your brain says, "This is fun. Let's keep it." That's how memory works. When something is emotional, strange, or funny, it stays. When something is boring or dry, it goes. So from now on, don't just learn facts. Make pictures. Add color, sound, and emotion. If you want to learn English words, imagine them like movies in your mind. For example, the word happy. Don't just say happy. See yourself jumping, smiling, feeling the warm sun. The stronger the picture, the longer it stays. Now let me tell you the next secret. Memory is not about one-time learning. It's about gentle repetition. Imagine you write a word in the sand. The waves come and wash it away. That's your brain after one-time learning. But if you write it again and again, deeper each time, soon it becomes a mark that never fades. That's called spaced repetition. It means review what you learn again and again, with time in between. Learn something today, review it tomorrow, then after 3 days, then after 1 week, then after 2 weeks. Each time, your brain saves it deeper. You don't need to study all day. You just need to review smartly. For example, you learn the English word gratitude. You write it. You say it. You use it in a sentence. The next day, you use it again. A few days later, you tell your friend, "I feel gratitude today." A week later, you write a small story using it. Now, you'll never forget it. Because your brain says, "This keeps coming back. It must be important." This is how real memory is built, step by step, gently, naturally. And here's one more secret. When you connect emotion, memory becomes magic. Think of the most powerful moments in your life. You remember the day you laughed so hard you cried. You remember the time you were hurt or loved. But do you remember what you ate 3 days ago? Probably not. Because your brain doesn't save everything. It saves what has feeling. So when you learn something new, feel something with it. Smile. Imagine. Connect it to your life. If you learn the word hope, remember a moment you felt hope. If you learn about storm, think of the rain you saw last night. If you feel, you remember. That's the rule. Every strong memory is an emotional one, so bring feeling into your learning. Don't be a robot. Be alive. Feel your words. Feel your stories. Because memory is not just thinking, it is living. So now, before we move forward, remember this. You are not forgetful. You are simply untrained. Your memory is waiting to wake up. And once it wakes up, you will never forget again. You will remember faces, words, lessons, and dreams. And the more you remember, the more confident and peaceful you will feel. Because remembering is not just about facts. It's about trusting your mind again. Now take a deep breath and smile. You are doing great. So let's continue. You are still with me, right? Good. Because now we are going even deeper into how to remember everything. You already know that attention opens the door, pictures fill the room, and emotion locks the door forever. But now it's time to learn how to connect everything together through stories. Because your brain doesn't just remember pictures, it remembers movement, connection, and story. Think about your favorite movie. You still remember the scenes, the music, the faces, maybe even some dialogue. Why? Because it was not just information. It was emotion and connection. Your brain is a storyteller. It loves drama, surprise, and meaning. So if you want to remember a list, don't memorize the list. Turn it into a small, funny story. Let's try together. Suppose you need to remember 10 random words: apple, hat, candle, mirror, fish, clock, tree, horse, shoe, and cloud. Now, watch how a story can change everything. Imagine this. An apple falls from the sky and lands on a hat. The hat catches fire, so you grab a candle to blow it out, but the candle melts into a mirror. You look into the mirror and see a fish smiling at you. The fish jumps out and hits a clock which rings loudly. The clock falls on a tree. The tree starts running like a horse. The horse loses its shoe, and the shoe flies into the sky and becomes a cloud. Silly, right? But now, close your eyes and say the story to yourself. You will remember every word in order. That's the magic of stories. They build a path that your brain can follow. They connect ideas with pictures and emotions. This is called the story method, and it's one of the oldest memory secrets in the world. Even ancient storytellers used it when books did not exist. They told long stories to remember history, wisdom, and knowledge. You can do the same today with anything: shopping lists, English vocabulary, facts, or study notes. Just build a small story for each one, because your brain doesn't forget what it understands, feels, and connects. Now let's go to the next part. Even with all these tools, your brain still needs something very important: repetition. But not the boring kind. Not the kind where you read the same page 10 times in one day and feel nothing. I mean smart repetition, what we call spaced repetition. You learned it before, but let's go deeper. Imagine your brain is like wet cement. When you learn something new, it leaves a mark. But if you never come back to it, the wind and rain erase it. If you come back again and again, the mark becomes permanent. That's why you should review things with space in between. A few hours later, then a day later, then a few days later, then a week later. Each time you come back, the memory becomes stronger. This is how you beat forgetting. It's not about how much time you study. It's about how often you return. For example, let's say you learn the English word curious day 1. You read it and say it out loud. Day 2, you make a sentence. I'm curious about the world. Day 4, you hear it in a YouTube video and smile. Day 7, you write a small story about a curious cat. Day 10, you teach your friend what it means. Now the word lives in you forever, because your brain doesn't forget what it repeats with care. Speaking of teaching, here comes one of my favorite secrets. Teaching is remembering twice. When you teach something, you don't just use your memory, you strengthen it. You take the idea, organize it in your mind, and speak it out in your own words. That act builds strong memory paths. When you explain something to another person, your brain says, "This must be important." So, if you really want to remember something, teach it. It doesn't matter if no one is listening. Teach yourself in the mirror. Record your voice. Explain it to a friend. Share it online. The act of teaching is like carving the lesson into stone. I remember when I first learned the English word procrastinate. I read it in a book, and it meant to delay doing something. I liked the word, but I knew I would forget it soon. So I told my friend, "Hey, do you know the word procrastinate? It means when you delay what you need to do. I always procrastinate cleaning my room." We laughed, and that moment stayed with me forever. Because I didn't just read the word, I lived it, spoke it, shared it. So remember, if you want to keep something in your mind forever, teach it as soon as possible. When you teach, you remember more deeply than you ever could by just reading. And now we reach one of the most beautiful and powerful memory techniques ever created, the Mind Palace. Maybe you've heard of it before. It sounds like a dream, but it's real. A mind palace is a place inside your imagination where you store information like treasures. It works because your brain remembers places better than numbers or words. Think about it. You can still remember your childhood home. You remember where the table was, what color the door was, where you used to hide your toys. That's how strong your spatial memory is. So, to use a mind palace, first pick a place you know very well. Your house, your school, your favorite cafe. Then walk through it in your mind. Picture each room. Now imagine putting one piece of information in each room. Let's say you want to remember the order of the planets. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. In your living room, imagine a thermometer exploding with silver liquid. That's Mercury. In the kitchen, imagine a perfume bottle spraying pink clouds. That's Venus. In the bathroom, see a globe floating in the bathtub. That's Earth. In your bedroom, see red sand covering your bed. That's Mars. On the balcony, see a huge bouncing ball. That's Jupiter. On the stairs, imagine a golden ring. That's Saturn. In the hallway, see an ice cube shivering on a chair. That's Uranus. And finally, on the terrace, see a dark blue ocean. That's Neptune. Now walk through your house in your mind, and you'll remember every planet in order. You don't need to memorize words anymore. You can walk through your memory like walking through your home. That is the power of your imagination. Once you learn to use these steps together, attention, pictures, emotion, repetition, teaching, and mind palace, your memory becomes unstoppable. You start to remember everything naturally and joyfully. You start to feel like your brain is your friend again. So now, take a deep breath and smile. You are no longer forgetful. You are becoming mindful. You are training your brain to remember like never before. and you are learning English through the most natural way: stories, pictures, emotion, and repetition. That's how the human mind was always meant to learn. Let's keep going, my friend. You already know many ways to remember things now: attention, pictures, emotion, story, repetition, and the mind palace. But memory is not only about tricks, it's also about how you live. Your brain is not a machine that you can just switch on. It is alive, and it grows with what you give it: food, rest, peace, movement, and joy. So if you want to remember everything, you must first take care of your brain like you take care of a garden. Imagine your brain as a small garden full of new seeds. Every new thing you learn is a seed. But if the soil is dry, the seed cannot grow. You need sunlight, water, and care. That sunlight is your rest. That water is your focus. That care is your healthy habits. When you sleep well, eat well, and stay calm, your memory becomes strong and alive. Sleep is the first secret. When you sleep, your brain cleans itself. It removes useless thoughts and keeps the important ones. It's like your brain's night shift. While you rest, it works. Many people study for long hours but forget to sleep. They don't know that sleep is part of learning. If you read or watch something before bed, your brain will replay it while you dream. That's how you remember without trying. So, every night before you sleep, think of the things you want to remember. Say them softly to yourself. It can be a few English words, a lesson, or even your goals. You'll wake up surprised by how clear they feel. Sleep is your natural teacher. Never fight it. The second secret is movement. Your body and brain are connected. When you walk, dance, or stretch, your blood moves, and your brain wakes up. You don't need to sit for hours to study. Sometimes walking while repeating words helps more than sitting still. I remember once when I was learning a list of new English phrases. I went outside and said them while walking. How are you? I'm fine. What's your name? My name is Ariel. The movement made it fun, and the fresh air made my mind open. When you move, your brain feels alive, and memories stick better. So next time you want to remember something, don't just sit. Move your body. Walk and talk. Breathe deeply. Let your brain feel the rhythm of life. The third secret is food. Your brain needs good fuel to think and remember. Junk food makes it slow, but real food makes it shine. Eat fruits, nuts, vegetables, and drink clean water. Your brain loves omega-3, which you can get from fish or seeds. It also loves dark chocolate in small amounts. Yes, really. It helps your mood and memory. When your body is healthy, your brain feels light. And when your brain feels light, remembering becomes easy. Now let's talk about one of the most powerful habits: writing. Writing is like drawing on your memory. When you write something, your brain uses many parts: vision, touch, and language. That's why people who write remember better than those who only read. Try to keep a small notebook for your memory. Write what you learn each day. It doesn't have to be long, just small notes. For example, write 3 new words, 1 idea, one quote, or one thing you learned. Then, when you write again the next day, your memory repeats it naturally. Writing is your second memory outside your brain. Also, never forget the power of review at the end of the day. Before sleeping, sit quietly for 2 minutes and ask yourself, what did I learn today? Your brain will search for answers. It might show you a face, a sentence, or a sound that is your mind replaying the day. If you do this every night, your brain will start organizing memories automatically. You will begin to notice how much you actually learn every day, and you will start to feel proud, not forgetful. Another thing you must understand is the power of calmness. Stress is like noise in your brain. When you are stressed, your brain cannot record properly. It's like trying to write on moving paper. So, before you study or memorize, take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Smile a little. Tell your brain, I am calm. I am ready. Your memory works best when you are peaceful. Many students make the mistake of studying with fear. They think, I must remember this, or I will fail. That thought blocks the memory. Instead, study with curiosity. Say to yourself, this is interesting. I want to understand this. Your brain listens to your feelings. It learns what you love, not what you fear. So turn your study time into a calm and joyful time. Listen to soft music, sit comfortably, and learn like you are exploring a secret world. And here's another important truth. The more senses you use, the stronger your memory becomes. Don't just read with your eyes. Read aloud, write it down, draw it, act it out. Sing it if you can. If you're learning English, don't just look at the words. Say them, hear them, and imagine them. For example, if you learn the word rain, imagine rain falling. Hear the sound, see the drops, feel it on your skin. That's how your brain remembers for life. The more senses you connect, the deeper the memory goes. Finally, always reward yourself when you remember something. Smile, celebrate. Say, yes, I remembered that. That small happiness tells your brain, this is good, do it again. Reward builds habit, and habit builds memory. So don't be angry when you forget. Just try again. Every time you remember, celebrate. Every time you forget, smile and repeat. That's how learning becomes a joy. So remember this. Your brain is not broken. It's beautiful. It just needs care, rest, movement, and love. You are not bad at remembering. You just never learned how to remember before. But now you know the secrets. You know how to turn knowledge into memory and memory into wisdom. Let's keep going, my friend. You've already learned that remembering is not about force. It's about connection, peace, and play. Yes, play. Because now we will turn remembering into a daily game. When you make learning fun, your brain opens up like a flower in sunlight. It starts to collect moments without trying. So, how do we make memory a game? It's simple. You give your brain challenges, rewards, and surprises. For example, when you wake up, play a small game with yourself. Try to remember 3 things you learned yesterday. Say them aloud. Maybe it's a new English word, a quote, or a fact about the world. The moment you remember, smile. That's your brain winning. Every time you do that, you are teaching your mind that remembering is not work. It's joy. Another fun game is the memory hunt. Pick a random place in your home. Then think of everything in that room without looking. What color are the walls? How many books are there? What's on the table? Then go and check. You'll be surprised how many details you missed. But don't feel bad. Just play again tomorrow with another room. This simple game makes your attention sharper. And remember, attention is the first key to memory. The more you notice, the more you can remember. You can also play with people. Ask a friend to tell you 5 words, then make a short story using those words. Try to repeat the story after a few minutes, or make it funny and tell it back to your friend. Laughter helps you remember even more, because when you laugh, your brain releases chemicals that make memories stronger. This is why people remember happy moments for years. Emotion is memory's best friend. Speaking of emotion, let's talk about how to link memory with feelings. Most people think memory is only in the brain, but it's also in the heart. You remember what you feel. Think of your first friend, your first teacher, or your favorite song. You remember not just because of the facts, but because of the feeling. So, when you learn something new, try to connect it with emotion. For example, if you learn the English word hope, don't just read it, feel it. Remember a time when you hoped for something, or imagine a sunrise after a dark night. The moment you feel it, the word becomes alive. It stays in your heart, not just in your head. Here's another exercise you can try. When you study something, close your eyes and take a slow breath. Ask yourself, how does this make me feel? If you can find a feeling, even a small one, your memory becomes deeper. It can be curiosity, happiness, surprise, or even sadness. Every emotion adds color to your memory. The more colors you have, the more beautiful your mind becomes. Now let's talk about how to remember things for years. The secret is to build memory paths that you walk again and again, slowly, over time. Imagine a path in a forest. The more you walk on it, the clearer it becomes. If you stop walking, it disappears under the grass. That's how memory works. You must walk your memory paths again and again, but not too often, not too little. Just enough. Once a week, once a month, once every few months. That's what we call long-term review. You can even make it part of your life. For example, on Sundays, review everything you learned during the week. Or once a month, open your notebook and read your old notes. You will smile because you'll realize you remember most of it. And what you forget, you'll remember again easily because your brain has already built the road. You can also use memory maps. A memory map is like a small drawing that connects all your ideas together. Instead of writing a list, draw it as a picture. Let's say you want to remember things about the word water. In the center, write water. Then draw lines to connect it to rain, river, ocean, bottle, and drink. Each one can connect to more ideas. When you look at your map later, everything will come back to you. Because your brain doesn't like straight lines. It likes pictures and branches. That's why trees, not lists, make stronger memories. And now we come to another truth. The more you use your memory, the stronger it gets. Many people say, I have a bad memory, but they don't use it. Memory is like a muscle. If you don't move it, it gets weak. If you use it, it grows. Try to remember small things every day: a phone number, a quote, a face, a short story. Don't always check your phone. Let your brain work. When you forget something, don't panic. Just wait. Your brain is searching. Give it a few seconds, and suddenly the answer will appear. That's your memory waking up. It loves to be used. Another great habit is to mix old and new knowledge. When you learn something new, connect it with something you already know. That bridge helps you remember longer. For example, if you learn the English word journey, connect it with your own travel memory. Say, my journey to school was long. That connection builds a strong bridge in your brain. The more bridges you make, the easier it becomes to remember everything. Also, make your memory active, not passive. Don't just read. Ask questions. Say, why is this important? How can I use this? When your brain answers, it builds deeper meaning. You can even talk to yourself while learning. Say things like, okay, I understand this part, or let's see if I can remember that. Talking aloud activates more parts of your brain, and it helps you focus longer. Finally, one of the most beautiful ways to strengthen your memory is gratitude. When you are thankful, your brain feels peace. Gratitude opens your heart and slows down the noise in your mind. Each night before you sleep, think of 3 things you are thankful for. It can be small: your food, your home, your friend, or even your memory itself. Say, I am thankful that I can learn. I am thankful that I can remember. That feeling of peace tells your brain, this moment matters. And when a moment matters, your brain keeps it forever. So now you can see that remembering is not hard. It is natural. You don't need to fight your brain. You just need to guide it, love it, and play with it. You can remember everything you want if you give it meaning, care, and time. Let's continue, my friend. You've come so far. You already know that remembering is not about power. It's about peace, play, and purpose. But now, let's make it part of your real life. Let's turn everything you've learned into a simple daily memory routine that you can follow every day without stress. Because when you practice a little every day, your brain becomes your partner. It starts to remember naturally, without effort. So here's how you can begin. When you wake up in the morning, give your brain a soft start. Don't rush to your phone or to the news. Just sit quietly for 1 minute. Close your eyes and ask yourself, what can I remember from yesterday? Let your mind show you pictures, maybe a word you learned, a person you talked to, or a dream you had. That 1 small minute tells your brain, memory matters. Then pick 1 thing you want to remember today. Write it on paper or say it aloud. It could be a new English phrase, a quote, or a goal like, I will remember 5 names today. That is your memory seed for the day. Then, during the day, use that seed. Speak it. Think about it. Find connections. If it's an English word, use it in a sentence. If it's a person's name, say it kindly when you greet them. Your brain loves to repeat things naturally through life, not only through study. That's why it's called living memory, because it grows while you live, not only when you sit and read. Now let's talk about one of the most useful skills, remembering names and faces. Many people forget names right after hearing them, and they feel bad. But the truth is, it's not your memory's fault. It's your attention's fault. When someone says their name, your brain is usually busy thinking about what to say next. You don't really hear it. So the first step is to slow down. When you meet someone new, look into their eyes and repeat their name in your mind at least once. For example, if they say, "Hi, I'm Sarah," say softly to yourself, "Sarah, nice to meet you." You can even repeat it aloud if it feels natural. That repetition sends a message to your brain. This name is important. The second step is to connect the name with something visual or emotional. For example, if the person's name is Lily, imagine a flower on her shoulder. If the name is John, imagine him standing near a big door like a gate, because John sounds a little like door in some languages. If the name is Emma, picture her holding a big M in her hands. The picture doesn't have to make sense, it just has to be yours. Your brain will remember the image faster than the sound. Then, when you see the face again, the picture will remind you of the name. And for faces, use the focus on one detail trick. Look for something unique, maybe the shape of their eyebrows, the color of their eyes, their smile, or the sound of their voice. Notice it deeply. The more attention you give to one detail, the easier it is to remember the whole face. Your brain doesn't remember faces like photographs. It remembers feelings. So, if you can feel something kind or curious about the person, your memory will hold on to it. Here's a small practice you can try every day. When you walk in a crowd or watch a movie, pause and ask yourself, what was that person wearing? Or, what did their face look like? Then check if you were right. This simple game trains your brain to observe and remember faster. In a few weeks, you'll notice that faces and names start to stay with you naturally. Now let's talk about confidence. Many people think they have a bad memory, and that thought alone makes them forget more. Because fear blocks memory. When you say, "I can't remember," your brain believes you and gives up. But when you say, "I will remember," your brain wakes up and starts searching. So, change the way you talk to yourself. Replace, "I forget everything," with, "I'm learning to remember better every day." That one small sentence changes your whole memory life. Confidence grows from success, even in small steps. When you remember something, say it proudly. Tell yourself, "Yes, I did it." That joy creates energy in your brain. It becomes easier to remember next time. And when you forget, don't panic. Just smile and say, "My brain is thinking." Give it time. Forgetting is not the end. It's part of remembering. Every time you forget and try again, your brain builds a stronger path. So never feel weak when you forget. You are growing. Now, let's bring memory and English together. When you learn new English words, don't just memorize them, live them. Use all the tools we talked about. Turn them into stories, pictures, emotions, and daily habits. For example, let's say you learn the word adventure. Don't just say it once. Imagine yourself on an adventure, climbing a mountain, crossing a river, discovering something new. Say, today is an adventure. When you say the word with feeling, it becomes yours. You will never forget it again. You can also use the memory box method. Take a small box or notebook and write new words or facts on small cards. Every day, review a few old ones and add a few new ones. When you remember a card easily, move it to the back of the box. When you forget one, move it to the front. That way, you always focus on what you need most. It's like a small gym for your brain. Another beautiful practice is to mix memory with music. Music has rhythm, and rhythm helps memory. If you turn your lessons into small songs or rhymes, your brain will remember them faster. Try singing vocabulary like a melody. Apple, banana, orange, pear. Fruits are everywhere. It sounds funny, but it works. Children learn like this, and their memory grows naturally because they learn with fun. You can do it too, no matter your age. And finally, one of the best ways to remember anything is to make it personal. Don't just learn for a test. Learn for yourself. Connect what you study to your life. If you learn an English phrase like follow your dreams, ask yourself, what is my dream? If you learn kindness, think of a moment when someone was kind to you. When words touch your life, your memory never lets them go. So, to remember everything, you only need one rule. Make it meaningful. The more meaning you find, the less you forget. Your brain was made for stories, not for numbers. It remembers love, not lists. So, give it stories, emotions, and joy. Then it will give you everything back, perfectly remembered. Let's continue, my friend. You have come so far, and now we will go even deeper. You already know how to build strong memory habits. You know how to remember names, faces, and words. But there is something even more magical, the power of imagination. Memory and imagination are like two wings of the same bird. You cannot fly with only one. When you imagine, you create pictures. When you remember, you find those pictures again. So, imagination is the door through which memory enters your mind. Think of your imagination like a movie screen inside your head. When you learn something new, don't just see the word, project it like a movie. Let's say you learn the English word freedom. Don't just think of the letters. Imagine a bird flying high in the blue sky. Imagine the wind, the light, the open space. That picture becomes your memory. The stronger your imagination, the stronger your memory becomes. Every great learner uses imagination, even if they don't realize it. They see pictures, not just words. You can practice this every day. Take any word or idea and make a movie in your mind. If you learn library, imagine walking into one. Smell the old books, feel the pages, hear the quiet sounds. If you learn celebration, imagine lights, music, and smiling faces. When your brain experiences the word through imagination, It stores it as a living memory. That's why stories are so powerful. They fill your imagination completely. You don't just hear a story, you live it. Now, let's talk about learning faster. Many people think learning fast means studying for many hours. But real speed comes from smart review and emotional connection. The more meaning and emotion you add, the faster your brain understands. Let's say you are learning 10 new English words. Don't try to memorize all at once. Instead, take one word, imagine it, feel it, use it, and then move to the next. It may seem slow, but your brain will remember them 10 times faster. Because what stays in your heart stays in your mind. Another way to learn fast is by teaching yourself aloud. When you speak, you use memory, imagination, and emotion together. For example, if you read something, don't stay silent. Explain it out loud in simple words. Say, okay, this means, or I can use this like. When you talk to yourself, you turn knowledge into speech. That act builds a deep memory. You are not just reading, you are living the idea. So, next time you learn something, talk it out like a teacher. That's how you train your brain to think faster and remember longer. Now let's learn how to keep your mind young and alive forever. Your brain is like a muscle, and it stays young when you keep using it in new ways. Try to learn something new every week, a song, a skill, a few new English words, or even a small fact about the world. The moment you stop learning, your brain starts to slow down. But if you stay curious, your mind stays fresh. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be alive with curiosity. You can also keep your mind young by changing small habits. Use your non-dominant hand to brush your teeth. Take a different route when walking. Try new foods. These small changes make your brain create new paths, and new paths mean new life. Your brain loves novelty, things that are new, unexpected, and interesting. That's why travel feels so alive. When you see new things, your brain dances. But you don't have to go far. You can create adventure anywhere. Even a new word or a new recipe is enough. And remember, creativity feeds memory. When you create something, a drawing, a story, a melody, your brain connects many parts together. Those connections keep your mind awake and strong. You can even mix creativity with learning. For example, if you are learning English, write a small story using the words you learned. Draw pictures to go with it, or record yourself speaking like a character. These creative actions make your memory shine. Now let's talk about forgetting, because yes, forgetting is part of memory too. Many people are afraid of forgetting, but forgetting is not the enemy. It is your brain's way of cleaning space. When you forget, it doesn't mean you lost the memory forever. It's just sleeping. When you see the same thing again, it wakes up. So don't be afraid of forgetting. Instead, see it as a signal that it's time to review. Every time you review, the memory becomes stronger. You can even use forgetting to your advantage. Let some time pass between learning sessions. When you come back and try to remember, your brain works harder to find the information. That small struggle makes the memory stronger. It's like lifting a heavier weight. So, Instead of trying to remember everything immediately, give your brain a chance to forget a little. Then review, and it will stick forever. Another beautiful truth about memory is that it grows with kindness. When you are kind to yourself, your brain relaxes and learns better. When you are angry or afraid, your memory closes like a door. So treat yourself like a friend. If you forget something, don't say, "I'm stupid." Say, "It's okay, I'll try again." Your brain listens to your words. The more gently you speak to yourself, the more it wants to help you. You can also train your memory with small challenges. Try to memorize your grocery list without writing it. Try to remember the lyrics of a song. Try to recall what you ate yesterday or what clothes your friend was wearing. These small games keep your memory awake. It's not about being perfect. It's about staying aware. The more you notice life, the more life stays with you. And here's something amazing. Gratitude improves memory. When you are thankful, your brain releases calm chemicals that help you focus. So, each day, remember 3 things that made you smile. It could be something small, a kind word, a warm meal, a quiet moment. Write them down or say them aloud. Those memories will stay brighter and longer. Gratitude makes your brain feel safe, and a safe brain remembers better. Finally, remember that your brain is not separate from your heart. The best memories come from love. Love for learning, love for life, love for people. When you learn with love, nothing is forgotten. Every lesson becomes part of who you are. So keep your mind open and your heart soft. That's how you keep your memory alive forever. Hi friends, and welcome back to my channel Bookish English 2. Today I am going to read a story that will change your life. You will learn new lessons. Beside these, your English will also be improved. By the end of this video, you will speak better English. So stay with me till the end. Chapter 1. Little Miss Mary. Mary Lennox grew up in a world where almost nobody noticed her, and this shaped her heart in a very cold way. She was born in India, but her father was always busy with office work, and her mother preferred parties, friends, and beautiful clothes instead of spending time with her child. Because of this, Mary was left with an Indian ayah named Kamala. Kamala fed her, bathed her, and followed her everywhere. Mary learned to give orders instead of love. She learned to shout instead of smile. She learned to expect everything but give nothing. She was small, thin, angry-looking, and she almost never spoke kindly to anyone. Even at 9 years old, she behaved like a little ruler sitting in her own lonely world, a world where she decided everything and nobody ever said no to her. One hot morning, when Mary opened her eyes, something strange was already waiting for her. She looked at the woman standing beside her bed and immediately felt annoyed. It was not Kamala. It was a different servant, and she looked nervous, almost frightened. Mary spoke in her sharp, cold voice and ordered her to go away and send Kamala at once. But the woman hesitated, trembling a little as if she did not know what to say. When she finally spoke, her voice broke as she told Mary that Kamala could not come. This confused and angered Mary even more. She did not understand what was happening, and nobody seemed willing or brave enough to explain it to her. All around the house people were missing. Some were running from room to room. Others whispered or looked terrified. Mary felt the strange tension in the air, but she was a child who never cared about anything except herself, so she walked outside and played alone under a tree. She pretended she was planting a small garden, pushing red flowers into the soil. As she played, She muttered angrily to herself and complained about Kamala. Her voice was full of irritation, and she kept repeating that she would hit Kamala when she finally returned. Just then Mary noticed something unusual. Her mother, the beautiful woman she hardly knew, walked into the garden with a young Englishman. They did not even see Mary there. Their faces were pale and worried, and they spoke in low, serious voices. The young man explained that a terrible disease was spreading very fast and people were dying everywhere. He begged Mary's mother to leave the town and go to a safer place in the hills. For the first time in Mary's life, she heard genuine fear in her mother's voice. And before Mary could fully understand anything, loud cries came from the servants' quarter. Something terrible had happened. Her mother ran toward the house calling for help, and the young man followed her quickly. Mary stood alone, confused, because nobody stopped to notice her, not even for a second. Soon Mary learned the truth without anyone telling her directly. Kamala had died. Other servants had died too. The disease was inside the house and it was spreading fast. The once busy rooms were now filled with crying, footsteps, and voices shouting for help. Mary hid in her room because she was frightened, and because nobody came to comfort her. She did not know how to comfort herself either, so she cried for a while and then fell asleep from exhaustion. Everything felt strange, unreal, and terrifying. When she woke up the next day, the house was silent, a silence so deep and empty that it felt like the entire world had gone to sleep. Mary was hungry, confused, and annoyed that nobody brought her breakfast. She wondered who would take care of her now that Kamala was gone. She wondered why nobody came to her room, but she did not yet imagine the truth. Then she heard two men's voices in the hall. They spoke about a beautiful woman who had died. They spoke about a forgotten child that nobody had seen. And then they opened the door and found Mary standing there with her stubborn little face and demanding tone, asking why she had been forgotten. The men looked at her with surprise and sadness. They told her gently that everyone in the house was dead or had run away. Her mother and father were gone. The servants were gone. She was completely alone. But Mary did not cry. She had never known her parents well enough to miss them. She only wondered what would happen to her next, and she hoped she would be taken somewhere she could continue doing whatever she wanted. For a short time she stayed with an English family who had known her parents. Their house was noisy, messy, and full of children who played loudly. Mary disliked them all. She preferred to stay by herself in the garden. One day, a boy named Basil tried to play with her. She shouted at him and told him to leave her alone. He laughed at her angry, serious little face, and even sang a silly song about her, which made her furious. Basil then told her the news that she would soon leave their house and go to England to live with her uncle. Mary listened without emotion. She had never heard of this uncle before. Basil said he was a strange man with a crooked back who lived in a huge, lonely old house on the edge of a wild moor. Mary did not believe him at first, but Basil's parents later confirmed it. She would travel to a faraway place in Yorkshire, to a house full of empty rooms and secrets, to a man she had never met. Mary said nothing. Her face stayed cold and uninterested, but deep inside her life was quietly changing, step by step, without her understanding it yet. Soon she would step into a new world, a world that would change her heart, her mind, and everything she believed about herself. Chapter 2. Mary in Yorkshire. They arrived at a very large, very old house that looked dark, heavy, and unfriendly from the outside, as if the walls had been holding secrets for a long, long time. When Mary stepped inside, she felt smaller than ever before. The high ceiling, the long shadows, the silent halls, and the cold air made her feel like she did not belong. Mrs. Medlock, the housekeeper who had traveled with her, did not speak kindly to her. She only showed Mary where she would sleep and reminded her sharply that she must stay in her room and not wander around the house because Mr. Craven did not like noise, questions, or movement. After a tiring journey and a cold welcome, Mary went to bed feeling lonely, lost, and strangely curious about the strange empty house. In the morning, she woke to the sound of someone cleaning the fireplace. It was a young girl with a round face, bright eyes, and a warm smile. Mary was surprised to see her smiling because nobody had smiled at her in a long time. The room still felt gloomy, with pictures of horses and dogs hanging on the walls instead of anything childlike or cheerful. When Mary asked for the girl's name, she answered politely that she was Martha. Then Mary asked about the strange land outside her window. The view was not of trees or houses, but of wide, wild land that looked almost like a purple sea. Martha told her it was the moor, a huge area of wild land with no trees and very few houses. Mary immediately said she hated it. Martha laughed and explained that one cannot hate something without knowing it. She said the moor was beautiful in spring and summer, full of flowers, birds, and fresh air. She sounded proud of it, as if the moor was a friend she loved. But Mary did not understand this kind of love. Martha's way of speaking seemed too direct, too honest, and too warm, something Mary was not used to. She became irritated when Martha said that she, Mary, should be able to dress herself. No servant had ever spoken to Mary in that way. In India, servants obeyed without question. Here in England, this country girl talked as if Mary was just another child, not someone important. Mary became so angry and confused that she suddenly burst into tears, something she had not done in years. Martha stopped working and looked surprised, then came closer and spoke gently. She apologized kindly, saying she did not mean to hurt Mary. Her gentle tone slowly calmed Mary down. This was the first time someone had spoken to her with real kindness, not fear or duty. Mary listened silently as Martha talked about her home. Martha said she had 11 brothers and sisters. They all lived in a small cottage, and although they were poor, they were happy and healthy because they lived close to the moor and breathed fresh air every day. She talked about her brother Dickon, who was 12 years old and spent most of his time outdoors with animals. Mary imagined animals following him and felt a tiny spark of curiosity. Mary sat quietly as Martha placed breakfast on the table, but Mary was not hungry. She said she did not want the food, which shocked Martha. Martha explained that her little brothers and sisters would finish everything on the plate in minutes because they never got enough to eat. Mary had never thought about hunger before. She drank a little tea and ate some bread, but she still felt a strange discomfort inside her chest, a feeling she could not name. Martha encouraged her to go outside and breathe the fresh air because it would make her stronger. Mary resisted at first. Why should she go out on a cold, gray morning? But when she realized there were no toys or books in the room, she slowly agreed. Martha told her that she would have to play alone because nobody would go with her. This shocked Mary even more. Before leaving, Martha told Mary something important by accident. She said that one of the gardens was locked. It had been closed for 10 years, ever since Mrs. Craven, Mr. Craven's wife, died. It had been her favorite garden. After her death, Mr. Craven locked the door and buried the key. Martha realized she had said too much and quickly left when Mrs. Medlock rang for her. Mary felt a strange excitement. A locked garden sounded like a mystery, and mysteries were something she had never had in her life. When Mary went outside, she found the gardens huge and lonely. Some gardens were surrounded by walls, but none of the doors were locked. The winter air was sharp and cold, and everything looked dead or asleep. She saw an old gardener, Ben Weatherstaff, but he seemed bad-tempered and unfriendly. She walked on, thinking how ugly everything looked in winter. But the idea of a locked garden stayed in her mind, like a little seed waiting to grow. She wondered why her uncle hated the garden so much if he had loved his wife so deeply. Suddenly she heard a bird singing. A small red-breasted robin sat on a tree branch on the other side of a wall looking at her. The robin seemed cheerful and curious, almost as if he wanted to speak to her. Mary felt something warm inside her for the first time since arriving in England. She told herself the robin must be living in the secret garden behind the wall. When she tried to talk to the old gardener again, he responded badly at first. But when the robin flew down near them, Ben's face changed. He smiled, and his whole expression softened. Mary realized people looked much nicer when they smiled. Ben told her the robin was lonely because there were no other robins in the gardens. Mary looked at the robin and softly said that she was lonely too. This surprised her. She had never said such a thing before, not even to herself. Ben told her that she and he were alike, both disagreeable and lonely. It was the first honest truth Mary had ever heard about herself. The robin hopped close to her and sang again. Ben said the robin wanted to be her friend. Mary whispered to the robin in a soft, gentle voice she had never used before. Ben was surprised by her tone. He said she sounded like Dickon when he talked to animals. When the robin flew back over the wall, Mary asked Ben how she could get inside the garden. His face changed quickly. He stopped smiling, picked up his spade, and told her the door could not be found. Nobody could enter the garden. It was not her business anyway. And with that, he walked away. Mary watched him go, but her curiosity had already begun to grow like a small plant pushing through the soil. The secret garden was calling her, even if she did not understand why yet. Chapter 3. Finding the Secret Garden. Mary woke up the next morning feeling different from the way she had felt in India. The air was sharp and cold, yet it made her feel awake and alive in a strange new way. She remembered the robin from the day before, the bright little creature that had looked at her with curious eyes. As she dressed herself, slowly and with difficulty, she thought again about the locked garden. The idea stayed in her mind like a tiny secret flame. There was something mysterious hiding behind those walls, something she could almost feel even if she could not see it. She wanted to explore, to understand, to discover. For the first time in her life, Mary wanted to find something on her own, without servants or help, and this feeling filled her with a quiet excitement she had never known. When she stepped outside, the sky was a pale gray and the wind brushed her face with cold fingers. The robin was there again, hopping from one bare branch to another, singing as if he were greeting her. Mary smiled a little, a real smile, not one of her usual sharp expressions. She spoke softly to the bird, telling him he was a pretty thing and asking him where he lived. The robin tilted his head as if listening, and then flew to a branch close to a hidden corner of the garden walls. Mary followed him slowly, her heart beating with curiosity. She knew the secret garden was locked and the key hidden, but the robin seemed to know more than she did. Animals had a way of understanding things that people could not see. She began walking along the wall, touching the cold stones with her hand. The garden was very big, and there were no signs of a door. She carefully checked every inch of the stonework, but nothing seemed unusual. As she continued her search, she started thinking about the story Martha had told her. She imagined a beautiful garden full of roses, birds, and sunshine. She imagined Mrs. Craven walking through it with flowers in her hands. She imagined Mr. Craven closing the door forever because he could not bear to look at something that held so many memories. These thoughts made Mary feel strange. She had never cared about anyone's story before. Now she was beginning to care. The robin suddenly flew down to the ground and landed near some old ivy that had grown thick over part of the wall. Mary watched him closely. He hopped around as if he were trying to show her something important. She stepped closer and gently moved aside some of the ivy leaves. For a moment, she saw nothing but dead branches and tangled green vines. Then something caught her eye. A small metal ring was almost completely hidden under the leaves. Her breath stopped for a second. Her heart felt like it jumped inside her chest. It was a handle for a door. Her hands shook as she pulled the ivy away. More of the ring appeared. The shape of a door slowly revealed itself, a forgotten wooden door covered in heavy vines. Mary pushed the ivy aside until she could see the whole outline of the door. She touched the ring with her cold fingers and felt a shock of excitement. This was it. This was the door to the secret garden. The place Mr. Craven had locked. The place no one had entered for 10 years. And she had found it. A child who had never done anything for herself had discovered something magical. But there was still one problem. A door was useless without a key. Mary tried turning the handle, but it did not move. It was locked as tightly as Martha had said. She stood still for a few minutes thinking. She looked up at the robin who was watching her proudly, as if he expected her to understand something. Mary bent down and gently scratched the soil under the ivy. Her fingers touched something metal. She dug a little deeper, her heart racing, and then she pulled out a small rusty key, old and cold and heavy with dirt. For a moment, Mary could not breathe. She stared at the key in her hand, unable to believe what she was seeing. It felt like the world had stopped around her. The wind, the cold, the empty land, everything seemed silent. Then excitement rushed through her so quickly that she almost laughed. She held the key tightly and whispered to the robin that he had shown her the way. She knew he had. The bird chirped proudly. Mary looked at the door again, took a deep breath and put the key into the lock. Her hands trembled. She turned the key slowly, carefully, almost afraid that the lock would refuse to open, but it did not. The old lock made a soft clicking sound. The door moved. Mary pushed it open with all her small strength. It opened inward, like a secret welcoming her home. When she stepped inside, she found herself in a quiet world, a place of stillness and forgotten beauty. The garden was covered with winter branches and dry grass. Roses that had once bloomed beautifully were now nothing but brown stems. The trees stood bare, and the soil looked asleep. But Mary felt something alive in the silence. She felt that everything was only waiting for spring. She walked around slowly, gently touching plants as if greeting them. She felt a strange happiness in her heart, a warm, hopeful feeling she had never felt in her life. It was as if the garden belonged to her. She knelt down to examine some small green shoots coming up from the ground. They were tiny but alive. Mary whispered softly that she would not let them die. She would help them wake again. She did not understand why she felt this way, but she knew the garden was special. She felt she had discovered something that could change everything, perhaps even herself. The robin flew around her joyfully, hopping from branch to branch as if celebrating the moment. Mary felt less lonely than she had felt in months. She stayed in the garden for a long time, exploring every corner, imagining what it would look like when the sun warmed it again. She felt as if the garden was a friend, a secret friend. As she finally closed the door again and placed the key safely in her pocket, Mary knew one thing for sure. Her life had just begun to change in a way she could not yet understand, and the secret garden would be the heart of that change. Chapter 4. Meeting Dickon. Mary woke up with a feeling she had never known in her whole life. A quiet happiness mixed with excitement that made her want to get out of bed quickly. She wanted to return to the secret garden. She wanted to see the tiny green shoots she had found and touch the dry branches again. She wanted to be alone with that beautiful, quiet place. So as soon as breakfast was finished, she went outside into the cold winter air. The robin greeted her immediately. He hopped close to her feet as if he remembered her, and then flew toward the garden wall, singing in a cheerful voice. Mary smiled, and her steps felt light. The fresh air, the wide moor, the silence around her, everything felt different now that she had a secret to care about. She unlocked the door with the rusty key, slipped inside and closed it gently behind her. The garden felt just as magical as before. The stillness made her feel as if she were inside a dream. She walked around softly, looking at everything with careful eyes. She wanted to understand the plants, the trees, and the little green points coming out of the soil. She touched the branches and whispered to the roses, and though she did not know how gardens worked, she felt in her heart that she wanted to help every part of this sleeping world come alive again. She spent a long time clearing dead leaves, pulling out dry weeds, and cleaning the soil with her small hands. The work made her warm even in the cold air. She felt stronger, healthier, and more alive than she had ever felt in India. After a while, she knew she needed help. She could not take care of the whole garden alone. She thought of Martha's brother, Dickon, the boy who loved the moor and talked to animals. He sounded like someone who understood nature better than anyone. Mary wondered what kind of boy he really was. Martha described him as a gentle, smiling boy who could charm birds and rabbits with his soft voice. Mary felt curious and a little nervous. She wondered if he would think she was foolish for wanting to help a dead garden. She wondered if he would laugh at her. But the garden felt too important to hide from someone who could save it. That afternoon, Mary went looking for Ben Weatherstaff. She needed a tool to cut old branches and prepare the soil. Ben was working in one of the kitchen gardens, hitting the ground with his spade. His back was bent and his face looked serious. When he saw Mary, he grumbled in his usual unfriendly way, but Mary was no longer afraid of him. She asked him about plants and roots. She asked him how to make dead-looking branches come alive again. Ben stared at her with surprise in his eyes. Something inside her had changed. She was no longer the angry, thin little girl who asked rude questions. She now cared about something real. He told her which branches to cut and how the sun would help the plants grow. His voice was softer than usual, although he still pretended to be annoyed. Before Mary walked away, she asked him about Dickon. She asked if he was really as good with animals as Martha said. Ben's eyes lit up for a moment and he nodded. He said Dickon had a special way with creatures, a kind heart that made even wild things trust him. He told Mary that if Dickon came across the secret garden, he would help it bloom again. Mary listened carefully and felt more certain than ever that she should meet Dickon soon. The very next morning, Mary found a small wooden box sitting inside her room. Martha had left it there. Inside were a trowel, a fork, and some packets of seeds. Martha had bought them with her own money because she had seen how much Mary enjoyed the fresh air. Mary felt something warm inside her chest. Nobody had ever given her a real present before, not one that came from kindness. She held the tools tightly and felt grateful. A little while later, Mary picked up the tools and walked outside. The moor looked wide and windy, and the sky stretched endlessly above her. She saw a boy sitting on the ground near the edge of the garden walls. He had a squirrel sitting on his shoulder and a small wild pony standing beside him. He was whistling softly, and the animals seemed to understand him perfectly. Mary stopped and watched him for a moment, surprised by the peaceful picture. She stepped closer slowly, not wanting to frighten the animals. The boy looked up when he heard her footsteps. His eyes were blue and friendly, and his smile came naturally, as if smiling was as easy as breathing for him. Mary felt a bit shy but gathered her courage and introduced herself. She told him she was Mary Lennox, the girl staying at Misselthwaite Manor. Dickon stood up politely, still smiling. He spoke with his Yorkshire accent that sounded warm and musical. He told her that he already knew she was staying in the big house. Martha had told him. Mary felt nervous again. She wondered if Martha had said she was rude or strange. But Dickon spoke gently, telling her he was happy to meet her. The animals around him stayed calm, looking at Mary with soft eyes. She felt for the first time that she was welcome. She asked Dickon about the seeds Martha had bought. He examined them carefully and explained which ones liked sunshine, which ones needed shade, and which ones grew best in spring. He spoke with such love and understanding that Mary felt herself relaxing without trying. Then Mary did something she had never imagined she would do. She trusted him. She told him she had found a garden that needed help. She did not say it was locked or secret, but she told him it was hidden and needed someone who understood nature. Dickon's eyes brightened and he said he could help her. He showed her how to hold the tools correctly. He taught her how to loosen the soil so the roots could breathe. He told her that plants love gentle hands and patience. Mary felt a joy she could not name. She listened carefully, asked questions, and watched his demonstrations. After talking with Dickon for a long time, she knew for certain that he was the right person to help her. He promised he would come to the gardens the next day and bring some bulbs and seeds from the moor. His voice was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. And perhaps he had, because the secret garden was not just a hidden place. It was something special, something waiting to be loved, something that would connect all of them. As Mary walked back toward the house, carrying her small tools, she felt stronger than ever before. The cold air touched her cheeks, but she did not mind. The world seemed brighter. The secret garden was no longer her lonely secret. She had found someone who could help it grow. Chapter 5. Meeting Colin. Mary had lived at Misselthwaite Manor long enough to learn that it was filled with more secrets than she could count, and yet she still felt surprised whenever she discovered something new. She had found the secret garden. She had met Dickon, and she had begun to change in ways she never expected. Her face was no longer sharp with anger. Her voice was softer. Her body felt stronger because she spent so much time outdoors. But inside that enormous house, something still waited for her. Something she had heard but never seen. The mysterious crying. At first she told herself it was only the wind, or her imagination, or a trick of the old house. But the sound had been too clear, too human. A child's cry. Somewhere behind the endless walls and locked doors, someone was hidden. One night, when the rain tapped loudly against the windows and the wind pushed through the halls, Mary woke suddenly. She sat up in her bed and listened. There it was again, a faint crying sound, rising and falling like a small, sad voice in a deep, lonely place. She held her breath and listened more carefully. It was not the wind. It was not a dream. It was the same crying she had heard before, only louder tonight. Her curiosity grew stronger than her fear. She put on her slippers and stepped out into the cold, dark corridor. The hallway stretched in front of her like a long tunnel, quiet and shadowy. The candles on the walls flickered softly, making the pictures of old Craven family members look almost alive. Mary walked slowly, holding her breath each time the house made a small sound. She had never dared to explore the inside of the manor before. Outside, the moor felt wild and free, but inside the house everything felt heavy and full of secrets. She followed the faint crying sound, turning corners and stepping through passages she had never seen. Her heart beat faster with each step. At last she reached a door. The crying was close now, just on the other side. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should go back. Mrs. Medlock had told her more than once that she must not go wandering around the house, but the crying made her forget the warning. She pushed the door gently. It was unlocked. She stepped inside the room quietly. The room was large but dimly lit. A small lamp burned next to a great bed with heavy curtains. Mary could see a small figure lying among pillows. The crying stopped suddenly when she entered. The boy on the bed stared at her with wide, surprised eyes. His face was thin and pale, almost transparent, and his hair looked black against the white pillows. Mary froze, unsure of what to say. She had expected anything except this. A boy her own age, a boy hidden away like a secret. He looked at her with a mixture of fear and anger. He demanded to know who she was and why she was in his room. Mary explained shyly that she had heard him crying and wanted to know who he was. The boy stared at her and asked if she was a ghost. Mary nearly laughed at the question and said she was as real as he was. The boy then began questioning her again, wanting to know her name, where she lived, and why she had never come to his room before if she lived in the same house. Mary told him she had arrived only recently and had not known he existed. He told her that he was Colin Craven, the son of Mr. Craven, the master of the house. Mary felt her heart jump. Colin was Mr. Craven's son. This pale, sickly-looking boy was the child Ben Weatherstaff had thought was a ghost. Everything seemed clearer now. Mary understood why the house felt so full of sadness and secrets. Colin continued speaking in a voice full of pride and misery at the same time. He told Mary that he was always sick, always in bed, and always watched by doctors. He believed he might die young. He said his back might be crooked like his father's, and because of this he could never run or play or go outside. Mary listened silently, surprised by the mixture of self-pity and royal pride in his voice. She had once spoken like this too, thinking the whole world should obey her. Colin asked her about India, about her journey, about her life. He asked questions quickly, as if he had wanted company for a long time and finally found someone willing to talk. Mary answered honestly, even when she felt annoyed by his bossy tone. But something about his loneliness softened her heart. She understood him in a way she did not understand many people. He lived alone inside his room, just as she had lived alone in the gardens in India. Then Mary told him about the moor, about her walks outside and about the animals she saw. She told him about Martha and about the Yorkshire way of speaking. Colin listened eagerly, his eyes shining with interest. He asked her to describe everything again, especially the animals. Mary hesitated, wondering if she should tell him more, but she held back the biggest secret of all. She did not mention the secret garden. She was not ready to share that yet. She only told him about the robin, and even that made Colin sit straighter, wanting to hear every detail. Colin then revealed something that shocked Mary. He said nobody was allowed to see him because he believed he might die at any moment. He said the doctors were always worried. He said his father did not like to enter the room because it reminded him of his wife. He said everyone treated him as if he were a fragile glass object that could break with one wrong movement. Mary looked at him closely and wondered if he was really as sick as he believed. The conversation went on and on. Colin kept asking questions, and Mary kept answering. At times he acted spoiled, demanding and dramatic, but Mary did not feel anger toward him. Instead, she felt something else, something almost like sympathy. She saw herself in him. She saw her old self, the selfish little girl with no love around her, and she wondered if Colin could change, just as she had begun to change. After a while, Colin grew tired, but he did not want Mary to leave. He begged her to come again the next day, and Mary agreed before she even thought about it. Something inside her told her that this boy needed more than doctors or medicines. He needed company, honesty, and fresh air. He needed someone like Martha. He needed someone like Dickon. He needed a friend. As Mary left his room quietly and walked back to her own room, her mind was full. The manor no longer felt empty. It felt like a place full of stories waiting to open. She had discovered the garden. She had met Dickon. And now she had found Colin, the boy hidden away from the world. Everything was beginning to connect in ways she did not yet understand. Chapter 6. Colin is afraid. For several days, Mary visited Colin quietly, always making sure nobody saw her walking down the long shadowy corridors that led to his hidden room. She felt something pulling her toward him, something she could not easily describe. Perhaps it was because she knew what loneliness felt like. Perhaps it was because his pale, frightened face stayed in her mind long after she returned to her own room. Or perhaps it was because Colin seemed to come alive only when she entered. No one had ever spoken to him without fear or softness. No one had ever dared to disagree with him. No one had ever treated him like a real boy instead of a weak, breakable thing. But Mary did. She spoke to him with honesty. She listened to him. And she challenged him when he became too dramatic. Each visit made her feel as if she were discovering another hidden part of Misselthwaite Manor, and another hidden part of herself. The weather changed quickly during those days. Some mornings were bright but cold, with a fresh wind blowing across the moor. Other mornings were gray and rainy, and the sound of drops against the window filled the house with a deep, quiet sadness. On one such rainy morning, Mary woke with a heavy feeling in her chest. She had planned to work in the garden with Dickon, but the sky was dark and the rain fell fast. She knew she could not go outside, and she felt restless and trapped. She decided she would visit Colin instead. Maybe she could talk to him, or read to him, or tell him about the little green shoots in the garden. The thought made her eager to go. When she entered Colin's room, she found him sitting up in his bed, wrapped in pillows, his face pale and his eyes full of irritation. The moment he saw Mary, he complained loudly that the rain had ruined everything. He said the doctors had been bothering him again with medicines and boring questions. He said he felt sicker today than ever before. He demanded Mary sit beside him immediately because he needed company. His voice was sharp and full of emotion. He looked like someone fighting something inside himself, something big and frightening. Mary sat beside him and tried to calm him. She told him the rain would stop soon, and that he would feel better after talking. But Colin continued to complain. He said he could feel something growing in his back. He said he was sure it was crooked. He said he would die young, just like everyone feared. His breathing grew fast and shallow, and his eyes filled with panic. He looked like a boy trapped inside his own thoughts, unable to escape his own fears. Mary had seen people behave in dramatic ways before, but she had never seen a child so completely controlled by fear. At first, Mary tried to reason with him gently. She said he did not know for certain that anything was wrong with his back. She said the doctors may have been mistaken. But Colin's fear grew stronger. He grabbed her hand and cried out that he could feel the pain, that he could feel death coming, that no one understood how terrible it was to be him. His body trembled, and for a moment Mary felt frightened too. But then something inside her changed. A sharp firmness rose in her chest. She remembered how Martha had spoken to her honestly when she had cried. She remembered how Dickon talked to animals with kind boldness. She remembered how Ben Weatherstaff had told her the truth even when it was hard. She looked at Colin's frightened face and suddenly stood up straight. Her voice became strong and clear. She told him he was not dying. She told him he was being foolish. She told him he was too clever to talk such nonsense. She told him that she had known sick people before, and he was nothing like them. Her voice surprised him so much that he stopped crying for a moment. She had spoken with more confidence than any doctor in the house. No one had ever challenged him in such a direct way. Colin stared at her with wide eyes, confused by her courage. He said she did not understand. He said he felt something terrible. Mary stepped closer, took a deep breath and demanded that he let her see his back. Colin grew red in the face. No one had ever asked such a thing. But Mary insisted again with the same boldness she had used when she first found the secret garden door. Colin hesitated, then slowly allowed her to help him sit forward. Mary touched the back of his shirt and gently lifted it. Her hands shook a little, not because she feared what she might see, but because she feared Colin's reaction. She looked carefully, studying every part of his thin back, every bone, every curve. She touched his spine lightly with her fingers. Everything looked normal. Nothing looked bent or twisted. She felt relieved and angry at the same time. Angry that he had been allowed to believe such terrible lies about himself. She lowered his shirt gently and told him firmly that there was nothing wrong with his back at all. She said he was as straight as any boy she had ever seen. Colin stared at her as if she had spoken magic words. His breathing slowed a little. His eyes looked uncertain. He asked her quietly if she was telling the truth. Mary said she would never lie about something so important. She said he was frightened because he stayed indoors all day. She said he needed fresh air, sunshine, and movement. She said he needed to stop thinking about sickness and start thinking about life. For the first time, Colin did not argue. He listened. His shoulders relaxed slightly, and a small light appeared in his eyes. He whispered that maybe he could try going outside one day. Mary nodded and told him about the garden again. She described the tiny green shoots, the fresh smell of the earth, and the robin who seemed to laugh and sing at the same time. Colin listened with deep concentration, and for a moment he forgot to be afraid. Then the fear returned suddenly, like a shadow moving across his face. He whispered that he might get worse if he went outside. Mary's voice grew firm again. She told him fear was the only enemy he had. She told him the garden would help him just as it had helped her. She told him he was not alone anymore. The rain continued to fall outside, but inside Colin's room something important had changed. A small seed of courage had been planted. It was small and delicate, but it was real, and Mary felt that if she continued visiting him, if she continued telling him the truth, if she continued sharing her new strength with him, he might grow just as the secret garden was beginning to grow. Chapter 7. Colin and the Garden. Of course, it was most important that no one should see Colin, Mary, or Dickon entering the secret garden. That part of the house was watched by gardeners and servants during the day, and Colin knew that if anyone saw him outside, the entire plan would fall apart. So he gave strict orders, with the serious voice of a little prince, that no gardener should work near the old walls anymore. The servants obeyed, because Colin was used to giving orders and everyone feared upsetting him. He said they must leave that area alone completely, and because no one dared question him, the path to the hidden door became empty and quiet, just as the children needed. The next afternoon, something magical began. Colin was carried carefully down the long staircase by a strong man-servant, while Mary waited near the front door. Full of excitement, she tried to hide. Dickon was already outside, pushing the wheelchair gently through the garden paths. He brought with him his crow, his 2 squirrels, and a small fox with bright eyes. The animals walked around him as if he were their brother. When the servant placed Colin in the chair, the boy felt a little scared at first, because the open air touched his face, and he had not been outside for a very long time. But he said nothing. Dickon began to push him slowly forward, and Mary walked beside them like a proud little guide leading someone important to a great treasure. It was early spring, and the garden path was full of soft new smells. The air felt warm and gentle, and the sunlight covered the moor in a golden glow. Colin lifted his head slightly, breathing in the air as though he did not trust it at first. He watched the sky, the birds, the tiny clouds floating like small traveling ships. Every minute changed something inside him. It was like waking up after a long time. He could not understand this feeling, but he liked it. As they moved through the gardens, Mary pointed to the spot where she had found the key, and Colin listened with growing wonder. Then she placed her hand on the wall and whispered that the door was close. Dickon stopped the chair. Mary looked around to make sure no one was watching. Then she pushed away the climbing plant, and the wooden door appeared. Colin stared at it with wide eyes. Mary opened it carefully, and Dickon pushed the wheelchair inside. When the door closed behind them, Colin covered his eyes with both hands. He was almost afraid to look. For so long he had imagined the garden as something magical and mysterious. Now he was here, and he needed a moment before opening his eyes to the truth. When he finally lowered his hands, he gasped. All the fear that had been living in him for so many years seemed to fall away like a heavy coat. The garden was full of soft green shoots everywhere, flowers opening on the fruit trees, and birds flying from branch to branch as if they were celebrating something. The roses climbed the old red walls like living stories waiting to burst into color. A warm sun shone on everything in the most gentle way. Colin felt the sunshine on his face and leaned his head back, almost smiling without meaning to. He whispered Mary's name, then Dickens. His voice sounded different, lighter, almost happy. He said he felt something strange inside him, something bright and warm. Then he said the words that broke every wall he had built around his heart. He said he was going to live, not die. He said he would grow strong. He said he would live forever and ever, because the garden had brought him back to life. Dickon pushed the chair slowly through the garden, and he told Colin the names of every plant they passed. Colin listened with shining eyes, asking questions, leaning forward, almost forgetting he was in a wheelchair. The sun warmed his thin hands, the birds sang loudly, the butterflies danced across the grass, and Mary walked proudly beside him, her heart full and bright. The three children talked in the soft Yorkshire dialect, laughing and listening to each other. Colin said he would come every afternoon. He wanted to watch things grow. He wanted to learn every plant's name. Dickon told him that if he worked hard, he would one day walk and help them dig. Colin looked down at his legs with a mixture of hope and fear. He asked if they really thought he could walk. Dickon told him gently that his legs were like seeds. They might look weak now, but when he wanted to use them, they would grow strong. Just then something unexpected happened. Dickon and Mary heard a voice above them. It was old Ben Weatherstaff, his face red and shocked, leaning over the wall. He shouted at Mary, asking what she thought she was doing inside that garden. He had not seen Colin yet. Mary opened her mouth to argue, but Dickon pushed the chair forward so that Ben could see. The moment Ben saw Colin, he froze. His face changed from anger to surprise, and then to trembling fear. He whispered that Colin had his mother's eyes. He whispered that he thought the boy had a crooked back. Colin, filled with a sudden fire, shouted back that his back was straight. Dickon threw off the blanket quickly and stood beside him, ready to help. Mary held her breath. They all wondered what would happen next. With Dickon's arm around him, Colin slowly stood up. His legs shook at first, but he stood tall, taller than anyone had imagined. His head was high, his eyes were bright. He looked strong, even brave. Ben Weatherstaff's face wrinkled with deep emotion, and tears ran down his cheeks. He said they had told him the boy would die. Colin answered proudly that he was not going to die, not now, not ever. Ben climbed down into the garden and promised to keep the secret. The garden now belonged to the three children, and to him too, because he loved it as much as they did. They spent many afternoons working together. Colin practiced walking a little more each day. Mary cleared grass and pulled weeds. Dickon used his tools carefully, teaching them everything he knew. The robin flew around them happily, as if he knew he had brought them all together. One day, Colin asked everyone to sit in a circle. He said he believed something powerful lived in the garden, something like magic, something that made things grow and made people strong. He asked them to sit quietly and call this magic. So they sat in the grass, the crow on Dickon's shoulder, the squirrels near Colin's chair, Mary beside them, and Ben across from her. Colin repeated again and again that the sun was shining and that the magic was working. Then he stood up and walked all around the garden, slowly but proudly. Every step was a small miracle. When he finished, Mary clapped her hands and told him his father would think he was dreaming. Colin said he would keep it a secret until the perfect moment. He said he wanted to walk to his father and show him he was well, truly well, for the first time in his life. Chapter 8. Mr. Craven Comes Home. While the secret garden was slowly waking up and filling itself with life again, far away in Europe a lonely man walked from place to place, trying to escape from the sadness that lived inside him. This man was Archibald Craven. For 10 long years he had carried a heavy heart. His wife, whom he loved more than anything in the world, had died suddenly, and her death had changed him completely. His back was already crooked, but his spirit had become bent too, almost broken. He could not stay at Misselthwaite Manor because every room reminded him of her. So he traveled from country to country, moving across mountains, lakes, and quiet valleys, searching for peace, but never finding it. People often wondered about him when they saw him. They whispered that he looked half mad, or like a man hiding from a terrible memory. He did not talk much, he did not smile, and he looked like someone who lived only in the past. He stayed in hotels, walked by himself, ate alone, and avoided friendly company. He carried his sadness like a dark cloud wherever he went, and nothing seemed strong enough to lift it. But one day something changed. He was sitting beside a small mountain stream, far away from anyone. The water made a soft, calming sound as it moved over the stones. The valley was still and cool, and the air smelled fresh. Mr. Craven sat for a long time, without even thinking, just letting the quiet surround him. Then his eyes fell on a small wildflower growing near the water. It was simple, soft, and bright, but to him it looked special. He stared at it for a long moment, and for the first time in many years he felt something warm and gentle inside his heart. He felt calm, almost peaceful. He whispered to himself, asking what was happening to him. He had not felt alive like this for so long, and at that exact moment, although he did not know it, Colin was in the secret garden many miles away, feeling the sunshine on his face, and saying loudly he would live forever. It was as if something invisible connected father and son, without either of them knowing. That night Mr. Craven slept better than he had slept in years. Something inside him felt lighter. Days passed, and he found himself thinking a little more about his home and about his son, a boy he had avoided for so long because the sight of him brought back painful memories. Still, the calmness stayed with him. One warm evening he sat beside a lake. The sky was soft and golden, and the still water reflected the light like glass. He closed his eyes, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. And then something happened that felt like a dream, yet more real than anything he had felt in years. He heard a voice calling him. It was sweet, gentle, and full of love. It was the voice of his wife. She called his name again and again, like she was standing very close. He jumped awake with surprise, his heart beating fast. He whispered questions into the quiet air. In the dream his wife had said she was in the garden. He knew which garden she had meant, the one he had locked, the one he had shut away from the world, the one he could not bear to look at because it reminded him too much of her. But the dream stayed in his mind like a message he did not want to ignore. The next morning he received a letter from Susan Sowerby, Dickens's mother. It was a simple letter, but something about it felt important. She wrote that he must come home, but she did not explain why. Mr. Craven felt the dream pulling at him, and after thinking deeply, he decided to return to Yorkshire immediately. During the long journey back, he thought about his son again and again. He wondered how Colin was feeling, what he looked like now, and whether the boy still stayed in his dark room every day. He felt guilt and pain as he realized he had stayed away for so long. He also wondered why Susan Sowerby had written to him. She was a wise woman, and he trusted her instincts. Perhaps she believed his presence was needed now. When Mr. Craven reached Misselthwaite Manor, he found the housekeeper very confused about Colin's condition. She explained that the boy seemed healthier in some ways and worse in others. Some days he ate nothing, Other days he ate as much as a strong, healthy child. Sometimes he demanded to be alone and acted helpless, and other times he insisted on going out into the air with Mary and Dickon. She said nobody understood what was happening. Mr. Craven listened carefully, and then suddenly he asked where Colin was at that moment. Mrs. Medlock answered hesitantly, "The boy was in the garden." The garden. The word struck him like lightning. His dream echoed in his mind, his wife's voice saying she was in the garden. His heart began to beat wildly. Without another word he turned and walked quickly out of the house toward the old garden wall. When he reached the hidden door, he paused. His hand touched the climbing plant that covered the wood. His breath shook. He wondered if he was imagining everything. He wondered if this was all a strange dream. But then he heard something inside. He heard children laughing. He heard feet running. He heard joy, real joy, coming from the place he believed was dead. Suddenly the door flew open. A strong, bright, healthy boy ran straight toward him and threw himself into his arms. Mr. Craven stepped back in shock. He stared at the boy, unsure if he was seeing clearly. Then the boy spoke. It was Colin, his own son, alive, standing, smiling. Colin explained everything in a rush. The garden, Mary, Dickon, the secret, the magic, the sunlight, the healing. He told him how he had grown strong, how he loved the garden, and how he would never go back to the dark room. He asked his father if he was happy. His voice was full of excitement and pride. Mr. Craven felt his heart open wide. For a long moment he could not speak. His eyes filled with tears as he held Colin's shoulders. He told his son to take him inside the secret garden. Colin led him through the door as Mary and Dickon watched with shining faces. Together they walked among the roses in full bloom. Butterflies moved through the warm summer air. Birds flew across the branches as if celebrating. Everything felt alive, full of color, light, and hope. As Colin and Mary told the whole story, Mr. Craven listened with astonishment. He laughed and cried at the same time. He kept looking at Colin like he was seeing a miracle happening right in front of his eyes. When they finished, Colin proudly told him it was no longer a secret. He said he would never use the wheelchair again. Then he took his father's hand and walked beside him out of the garden, back toward the house. That afternoon the entire household was shocked when they saw Mr. Craven walking proudly across the garden with Colin beside him, strong and straight and smiling. No one had ever seen anything like it. It felt like a dream coming true, like life had come back into the big old house after many lonely years. And as father and son walked together, the magic of the secret garden spread quietly through every corner of Misselthwaite Manor, bringing warmth, hope, and new beginnings. To the end. My name is Sam. I love reading and I love English. Many people ask me, "Sam, why do you always read? Why do you say reading is so important?" I smile and say, because reading changed my life. When I started my channel Bookish English, my goal was simple. I wanted to help people see that reading is not boring. Reading is not hard. Reading is the key to learning anything fast. I know some of you think, I already go to English class. I do my homework. I listen to podcasts. I watch YouTube videos. Why do I need to read? My friend, reading is different. When you read, your brain works in a special way. You see new words. You feel the rhythm of sentences. You learn grammar without trying. Reading helps you think in English. Reading makes your brain strong. It helps you understand faster, speak better, and write more clearly. I did not always love reading. When I was young, I thought reading was a school thing. It was something I had to do, not something I wanted to do. I only read textbooks. They were full of rules, questions, and boring exercises. I never read for fun, but one day, my teacher gave me a small storybook. She said, "Sam, you don't need to answer any questions. Just read this for yourself." The story was simple. It was about a boy and his dream. I read one page, then another. I did not stop. For the first time, I enjoyed reading. I was not studying. I was living inside the story. After that, I wanted more books. I wanted to read every day. That's when I understood something big. Reading is not only for passing tests. Reading is for growing your mind. Every book is like a new world. When you read, you travel without moving. You see other people's lives. You understand their thoughts, their feelings, and their dreams. And when you understand them, you also understand yourself better. That is the magic of reading. It gives you more than words. It gives you wisdom. One day, one of my students said, "Sam, I cannot read in English. It's too hard. I don't understand everything." I stop after 2 pages, I told him. "You don't need to understand everything. You just need to understand enough to enjoy it." I said, "Choose easy stories. Choose something fun. Don't use a dictionary. Just follow the story. Guess the meaning. Feel the language." He tried it. After 1 month, he came to me smiling. He said, "Sam, I can read now. I don't feel afraid. I enjoy it." That was the moment I felt proud, because reading works like magic when you do it the right way. In my channel, Bookish English, I always tell people, don't read for grammar. Don't read for exams. Read because you love stories. When you love stories, learning happens by itself. Many people think reading is old-fashioned. They think reading is slow. But the truth is, reading is the fastest way to learn deeply. When you read, you are not only learning English, you are also training your brain to focus. You are learning patience. You are learning imagination. You are learning to see the world with new eyes. I remember one evening when I was reading an English story called The Secret Garden. The language was simple, but the message was deep. It was about kindness, hope, and nature. I finished it in 2 days. After that, I felt something inside me. I felt peaceful. I felt strong. I understood that reading gives energy to the heart. When you read, you don't just improve your English, you also improve your soul. My students often ask, "But Sam, what should I read?" I always say, anything you like. Read fairy tales, read comics, read short stories, read simple novels, read what makes you happy. You don't need to read difficult books. If a book is too hard, close it and pick another one. There is no rule that says you must finish every book. Easy reading is the best reading, because when you read easily, you don't feel stress. You learn without effort. You grow without pain. And the more you read, the more you understand. Slowly, you will see that you don't need the dictionary anymore. You will start to think in English. You will start to dream in English. I know this because it happened to me. When I started reading English books, I had to use the dictionary every few lines. It was slow, it was tiring, but I didn't stop. I told myself, I will just enjoy the story. I started with short stories, then I moved to longer ones. After 1 year, I could read novels without help. I was shocked. I could feel the meaning of the sentences. I could understand jokes, feelings, and culture. It was like magic. Reading had changed my English completely. My grammar became natural. My vocabulary became rich. My speaking became faster, and my writing became clear. All because I read. I did not do grammar drills. I did not memorize word lists. I just read stories that I loved. One of my favorite books was Charlotte's Web. It was about friendship and kindness. The words were simple, but I cried at the end. That book taught me more about life than any textbook. That is why I tell all my students, read what you love. Read every day, even if it's just one page. Reading is not about speed. It's about connection. Every time you read, you connect with new ideas, new people, and new worlds. You grow quietly, word by word, and one day you will realize that your English is not the same anymore. You will understand movies better. You will speak with more confidence. You will write with more heart. Reading gives you this power. Some people say, "But Sam, I have no time to read." I tell them, you don't need hours. You just need 10 minutes a day. 10 minutes is enough to start. You can read while drinking tea. You can read before bed. You can read on the bus. The important thing is to make reading a habit. A little every day becomes a lot in 1 year. If you read 10 pages a day, in 1 year, you will finish more than 10 books. And if you read 10 books, your English will never be the same again. So today, my dear friend, I want to tell you something simple. If you really want to learn English, you must read. Not because your teacher said so, not because it's homework, but because reading is the key that opens every door. It helps you think better, speak better, and live better. It's the secret that all good learners know. So start small, start easy, but start today. This is the first step to your new life with English. When I started to read more and more, I began to notice many small changes in my life. My English was not only better, my mind was also more calm. Reading became like a friend to me. It was always there when I needed it. If I felt sad, I read. If I felt tired, I read. If I felt happy, I also read. Every book gave me something new. Some books made me laugh. Some made me cry. Some made me think deeply about life. That is why I say reading is not just an English skill. It is a life skill. It helps you understand people, emotions, and the world around you. One day, a student from my channel, Bookish English, sent me a message. He said, "Sam, I started reading because of your videos. At first it was hard. I didn't understand everything. But now I can finish a small book in 1 week. I feel proud." When I read his message, I smiled, because that is what reading does. It makes you proud of yourself. You see your progress. You feel stronger. Every finished book is like a small victory. You start to trust yourself. You start to believe that you can do anything. That feeling is beautiful. I always tell my students that reading is not a race. You don't need to read fast. You just need to read with your heart. Take your time. Enjoy every page. Every page is a small step forward. Every story teaches you something new. Even easy stories have deep lessons. I remember when I read a short English story called The Happy Prince. The words were very easy, but the story touched my heart. It was about kindness, love, and giving. It made me think about what it means to be a good person. That is what good reading does. It makes you feel something real inside. Sometimes people tell me, "Sam, I read, but I forget the words later." I say, "It's okay. You don't need to remember everything." When you read, the words go inside your mind. Maybe you don't remember them today, but your brain remembers them quietly. One day, when you speak or write, the words will come out naturally. Reading is like planting seeds in your brain. You don't see the plant grow every day, but one day it becomes a big tree. Every page you read is one more seed. That is why you must keep reading, because reading never wastes your time. It builds your future. I also tell my students that reading helps you think in English. When you read a lot, you don't translate anymore. You don't think in your language. You start to feel the language. You understand it in your heart. That is the biggest change. You start to speak faster. You start to write more easily. You start to understand jokes and stories without trying too hard. That is when you know your English is becoming natural. Reading gives you that gift. I know many people say, "But Sam, I like to watch movies." Isn't that enough? I tell them, movies are good. They help your listening. But reading gives you power that movies cannot. When you watch a movie, the story moves fast. You don't stop to think about every word. But when you read, you control the speed. You can stop, think, and feel the words. You can go back. You can take time. You can see how the writer builds the sentences. You can notice how words work together. You start to see patterns. That is how you really learn a language. Step by step, word by word. I remember when I was reading The Little Prince. It was not only a story for children. It was full of life lessons. I underlined many sentences. One of them said, "It is only with the heart that one can see rightly." I read that line many times. It made me quiet for a long moment. That is what reading does. It makes you stop and think. It connects your heart and your mind. That is how you grow, not just as a learner, but as a person. One day I asked my followers on Bookish English what kind of stories they liked. Many said they liked simple stories with meaning. So I told them, then read short stories or fairy tales. Don't worry if they sound childish. Even simple stories can teach deep things. I told them about a study where students who read easy books learned faster than students who only studied grammar. Because when you read easy books, you learn naturally. Your brain relaxes. You enjoy. You forget that you are learning. And that is when real learning happens. You don't force it. You just live it. I saw this with many students. Some studied grammar every day, but they still spoke slowly. Others read every day, and they spoke naturally. Reading gives you confidence. You start to see how words live together. You see grammar in action, not just in rules. You start to feel what sounds right and what doesn't. That is how native speakers learn, through reading and listening, not through rules. So if you want to sound natural, you must read. You must make reading your daily friend. I often say, a day without reading is like a day without sunlight, because reading brightens your mind. It gives you ideas. It gives you hope. It gives you peace. You don't need to be rich to read. You don't need to travel to learn. You only need one book. That book can take you to 1,000 places. I remember reading about a fisherman in one story, and I could almost feel the sea wind. I could smell the salt. I could hear the waves. That is the power of words. You travel with your mind. You live many lives in one life. That is something only reading can give you. Sometimes I meet people who say, "Sam, I can't find a good book." I tell them, you must find the book that finds you. I believe that every person has one book that opens the door to reading. For some, it's a love story. For others, it's a mystery or an adventure. Once you find that one special book, you will never stop reading. You will want more. You will start to love the feeling of turning pages. You will feel proud that you understand English stories. You will feel happy that you can finish books. That happiness will push you to read more and more. And that is how you grow. Every page builds your future. Every story shapes your mind. That is why I say reading is not only about language, it's about life. Part 3. The book becomes a friend. Soon I started to see something new. The book was not only a tool for learning, it started to feel like a friend. When I felt sad, I opened it. When I felt alone, I read it. It did not shout. It did not judge. It was always calm. The words waited for me. The story spoke to me. Sometimes I smiled at a funny line. Sometimes I cried at a sad one. But every time, I felt lighter inside. The book became a small world I could enter anytime. It was safe. It was kind. And I started to understand that reading is not only for the mind, it is also for the heart. When I read, I met many people inside stories. Some were brave, some were afraid, some made mistakes, some changed their lives, and I learned from them. They became my silent teachers. They told me things without talking. I began to see myself in them. I thought, I am like this person, or I want to be strong like her. It felt like magic, meeting hundreds of people without leaving my room. One night I was tired after school. My eyes wanted to close, but I still wanted to read. I opened a small story about a boy who lived in a village. He wanted to go to a big city. He worked hard, saved money, and never gave up. At the end, he reached his dream. When I finished the story, I closed the book and whispered, I can do that too. That small sentence stayed in my heart. It became a little light that never went out. After that, reading was not only a habit, it was something I loved. I didn't need anyone to tell me to read. I wanted to. I waited for it. I carried a book everywhere, on the bus, in the park, even in the kitchen. Sometimes people asked, "Why do you read so much?" I just smiled. How could I explain that books made me feel alive, that every page opened a new window in my mind? That every story gave me a reason to believe more in myself? Slowly, my English started to change too. I didn't even notice at first. But one day, when I talked to my teacher, she said, "You speak more clearly now." I was surprised. I didn't use grammar rules. I didn't memorize words. I only read every day. Reading had done something quietly. It built my English from the inside. It made my sentences longer. My thoughts became smoother. And I didn't translate anymore. I started to think in English. That was a special feeling. The book was still the same one I began with. It was old now. The pages were soft. The cover had small marks. But I loved those marks. They showed the time we spent together. I kept it near my bed. Every night before sleeping, I opened it. Sometimes I only read one page. Sometimes I read 10. But no matter how much I read, I always learned something. It could be a new word, a new idea, or a new feeling. Books never stop teaching if your heart is open. Once, my friend asked me, "How do you stay so calm?" "You never seem angry," I laughed and said, "Maybe because I read." It was true. Reading made my mind quiet. When I read, I forgot my problems. I forgot my phone. I forgot everything that made me worried. It was like taking a deep breath after a long day. Every sentence felt like peace. Some people listen to music to relax. I read. The words were my music. The stories were my songs. One day, it started to rain heavily. The sound of rain on the window mixed with the sound of turning pages. I remember that moment clearly. It was simple, but beautiful. I realized that happiness doesn't always come from big things. It can come from a soft chair, a warm blanket, and a good book. That moment taught me something important. Peace is not far away. Sometimes it's waiting inside the next page. After that, I began to share this love with others. I told my friends, "You should try reading too." Some said they didn't have time. Some said it was boring. But I gave them one small book and said, "Just read one page." A few days later, they came back smiling. One of them said, "Hey, that story was really nice." I smiled back. I knew that feeling. It was the first spark. Reading starts small, but once it touches your heart, it never leaves. Reading also helped me see the world differently. Before, I thought life was just about my school, my house, my town. But books took me to other countries. I learned about people from Japan, Africa, Europe, and everywhere. I saw how they lived, what they dreamed, and what they feared. I understood that even if we speak different languages, we all feel the same inside. We all laugh, cry, hope, and love. Reading made me more human. It made me kinder. Sometimes I think about my first day with that book. I didn't know it would change so much. I only wanted to learn a few words, but it gave me more than words. It gave me wisdom. It showed me that small actions, like opening a book, can lead to big changes in life. That is why I believe every book has a little bit of magic. You don't always see it, but you feel it when it starts to work inside you. That is how my journey with reading became a part of my life. It started with curiosity, then it became a habit, and now it's like breathing. I can't imagine my days without it. When I don't read, something feels missing, but when I do, I feel complete again. Reading connects me to something bigger, a world of words, ideas, and feelings that never end. After I realized how reading changed my life, I wanted to understand more. I wanted to know why reading works so well, so I started to learn about studies and experiments. I read about children in America who did not like school. Some had done small crimes, some were very shy, and some were bored all the time. Teachers gave some of these children free books. They did not tell them to read. They did not give homework. They did not punish them if they did not read. They could throw the books away if they wanted. But most children read the books. They read every day. Some read a book every 2 or 3 days. After a year, the teachers tested the children. The children who read books improved in reading and writing. They also liked school more. The children who did not get books stayed the same. Some even got worse. That experiment showed something simple. When people read because they want to, they learn much faster. Not only in English, but in life too. That is why reading for pleasure is so important. I told my students, you must choose books you love. Don't read boring books just because you think you should. When you love a book, your brain works better. You remember words without trying. You notice grammar without studying it. Reading becomes natural. I also learned about another experiment with students learning English in the Fiji Islands. The teachers tried 3 ways. One was normal grammar classes. One was reading in silence every day. One was the teacher reading stories aloud to the class. After a year, the students who read, in silence or with the teacher, did much better than the students who only did grammar. They learned faster. They understood more. They spoke more easily. That showed me that reading is not only fun, it is powerful. And it works for beginners and advanced learners. Many students think, I cannot read because it is too hard. I don't know the words. I get tired. I understand that feeling. I felt it too when I started. But I learned a trick. Start easy. Start with very simple books. Don't worry if you know only some words. If you understand about 95 to 98% of the story, that is enough. You don't need to stop for every word. Just follow the meaning. Enjoy the story. That is how your brain learns the rest. You learn naturally, without studying lists of words or rules. I remember when I read The Little Prince in English. I did not know all the words. Some sentences were hard, but I read every day. Slowly, I started to understand more. After a few weeks, I could read the whole story without help. That gave me confidence. That is why I tell my students, it is okay if you don't understand everything. It is okay if the first pages are slow. Keep going. Your brain will catch up. Reading also helps your imagination. When you read, you see pictures in your mind. You feel the characters' emotions. You hear the sounds and smell the smells. Your mind becomes alive. I remember reading a story about a forest. I could hear the birds. I could feel the wind. I could see the sunlight between the trees. I did not need to be there. The words created it in my mind. That is a special gift that reading gives. Not movies, not videos, only books. And when you read in English, your mind starts to think in English too. That is very important. At first, you may translate in your head, but after reading many stories, you start to understand without translation. Your brain learns the patterns of English. You learn how sentences are made. You learn how words work together. And slowly, speaking and writing become easier. You don't have to memorize grammar rules. You just feel the language. That is why I say reading is faster than studying grammar. Reading teaches naturally. I also learned that reading builds patience. When you read, you cannot rush. You cannot skip words. You follow the story page by page. At first, it feels slow, but after time, you notice something beautiful. You can focus longer. Your mind does not wander as much. You can read for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or more without stopping. That focus helps in school, in work, and in life. Reading makes you stronger mentally. It teaches you to be patient and enjoy the small moments. One of my students said, "Sam, I tried reading. I could only read 2 pages. Then I felt tired. I smiled and said, 'That is okay. 2 pages today, 3 pages tomorrow, 5 pages next week, small steps. Keep reading every day.'" That student came back after a month. He could read 10 pages in one sitting. He said, "Sam, I feel different. I feel calm. I feel happy." That is the power of small steps. Reading is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. I also tell my students about the types of books they can read. Start with short stories, fairy tales, comics, or even magazines. Choose books you like. Don't worry if they seem too simple. Simple books are the best for beginners. They make learning natural and fun, and when you finish one, you feel proud. That pride is a motivation to read more. It is better than any exam score. One of my students read only 1 book in 2 months, but she finished it. She felt proud, she smiled, then she picked another, and another. Slowly, she became a reader, and her English improved. That is how it always works. Reading makes learning fun. Reading makes learning easy. Reading gives results naturally. You don't have to force your brain, you just need to enjoy the story. I also want to tell you about a story I read for the first time in English. It was about a little boy who wanted to be brave. He was afraid of many things, but he kept trying. By the end, he was proud of himself. I read that story many times. Each time, I felt different. I felt stronger. I learned that books can teach life lessons too, not just language. Every story gives you knowledge about the world, about people, and about yourself. That is why I say reading is more than English. Reading is life. When you read, you meet hundreds of people, hundreds of situations, hundreds of feelings. And all of that builds your mind. Slowly, you become smarter, kinder, and stronger. That is why every learner must read. Not just for tests, not just for homework, but for life. That is what I want my students on Bookish English to understand. Reading is not hard. Reading is not boring. Reading is the easiest, most fun, and most powerful way to learn English. As I continued my reading journey, I noticed another amazing thing. Reading not only improved my English, it also made me more confident in life. When I met new people, I could talk about stories I read. I could tell them about characters, places, and adventures. People listened. They smiled. They asked questions. And I felt proud. I realized that books give you not only knowledge, but also courage. You have something to share with the world. That is why I always tell my students on Bookish English, when you read, you are never alone. You always have something to talk about, something to think about, something to imagine. Sometimes I even bring books to school or to meet friends. When I open a book in public, people notice. Some ask, "What are you reading?" That starts a conversation. Reading can create friends. It can create connections. That is something many people do not know. Books are not just private worlds. They can connect you with others. One day, I read a story about a girl who wanted to be a teacher. She loved helping children. She studied hard. She made mistakes. She failed sometimes, but she never gave up. I thought about myself and my students. I realized that reading teaches patience too. Patience with yourself and patience with others. You learn that mistakes are not bad. They are part of learning. You learn to try again. And that is a very important lesson, not just for English, but for life. I also noticed that reading helps memory. When you read stories, you remember characters, events, and words. Your brain practices remembering without pressure. You do not study like in a test. You remember naturally. Later, when you write or speak, the words come back easily. That is why reading is so much better than only memorizing vocabulary lists. One of my students said, "Sam, I read every day, but I forget new words quickly." I told him, "Keep reading. Don't worry. Your brain is storing the words quietly. One day, they will appear naturally when you speak or write." That is how language works. It is slow at first, but if you are consistent, the results are amazing. Reading also improves your imagination. I read many stories about adventures, faraway lands, and magical creatures. Even if I never visited those places, I could see them clearly in my mind. I could feel the wind, the sunlight, and the smells. That is something videos cannot give. Reading lets you create your own images. You control the story in your mind. That helps creativity too. I noticed this in my own life. When I tried to write my own short stories, ideas came easily. I could describe characters and places because I practiced with books. That is why reading is not just learning English. It is learning to think. Reading teaches you how to organize ideas, how to understand feelings, and how to imagine new things. Another important thing I learned is that reading builds focus. In today's world, many people are distracted. Phones, social media, and videos make it hard to concentrate. But when you read a book, you focus on the story. You follow the characters. You feel their emotions. That is real concentration. Over time, I noticed that my focus in school and in other activities became stronger. I could pay attention longer. I could finish tasks without stopping. That is another gift that reading gives. I remember a student telling me, "Sam, I can't read long texts." I get tired, I said. Start small. Read 1 page, then 2, then 3. Every day, your brain will get used to focusing. Soon you can read a whole story without stopping. That student started reading every day. After 1 month, she read a story of 10 pages easily. She said, "I feel proud. I can do it." That is how reading grows confidence, patience, focus, and happiness. I also want to tell you about a story I read in Spanish. I had learned English first, and then I tried Spanish. At first, it was very hard. I did not understand much, but I remembered my reading habits. I started with very easy books. Then I read books I already knew in English. That helped a lot. Slowly, I could understand new words. I read many stories. After 1 year, my Spanish improved a lot. I could talk to native speakers. I could understand podcasts, all because I read. That experience taught me that reading works in every language. It is not just for English, it is a universal tool. That is why I tell my students, reading is the fastest way to learn any language. You don't need long grammar lessons or complicated methods. You only need to read. Another thing I discovered is that reading makes you happy. It sounds simple, but it is true. When I read a story I like, I feel joy. I smile. I laugh. Sometimes I cry, but it is a good cry. It is a heart cry. Reading touches your feelings. It gives emotions. It makes life richer. That is why reading is not only learning, it is living. One night I read a story about a boy who found a lost dog. He took care of it, fed it, and loved it. The boy felt happy, and I felt happy too. That is the magic of reading. You live the life of the characters. You feel what they feel. That is something no video or game can give you. It is pure magic. I also tell my students, you don't need to read difficult books. Easy stories are better. If the book is too hard, it is not fun. Put it down. Find another. If the book is boring, stop. Find one that excites you. Reading should be fun. Reading should make you happy. One of my students followed my advice. She chose a small fairy tale book. She read it every day. She finished it in 1 week. Then she picked a longer story, then another. Slowly, she became a reader, and her English improved naturally. That is why I always say, reading for pleasure is the most powerful way to learn English. It builds vocabulary, grammar, imagination, focus, confidence, and happiness. It changes your life, slowly but surely. I want everyone on Bookish English to feel this power. That is why I tell my students, read a little every day. Read easy books. Read stories you love. Don't worry about mistakes or unknown words. Just enjoy. The rest will come naturally. Reading is simple. Reading is powerful. Reading is magical. That is why you must read. As my reading habit grew stronger, I realized that books are like doors. Each book opens a door to a new world. Sometimes it is a world you know, sometimes a world you have never seen, and each world teaches something new. One day, I read a story about a boy who wanted to learn music. He had no teacher, no piano, no friends who could help him. But he read about music, practiced every day, and never gave up. In the end, he could play beautiful songs. I thought about myself learning English. Reading works the same way. You start small, but if you keep practicing, you improve naturally. You don't need magic. You only need patience, time, and love for the story. Reading also teaches empathy. When you read about people in different situations, you feel what they feel. You understand their choices, their fears, their happiness. I read a story about a girl who lived in a poor village. She worked hard every day, yet she smiled. She loved her family even when life was hard. Reading that story made me think about my life. I felt grateful. I felt lucky. I felt inspired. That is the power of books. They show you life from another perspective. They teach you to feel, to care, to understand. When I shared these stories with my students on Bookish English, they smiled. Some said, "I never thought a story could teach me about life." I said, "Yes, it can." That is why reading is not just learning English. It is learning about yourself and the world. Another wonderful thing about reading is that it creates imagination in your everyday life. When you finish a story, sometimes you continue imagining it. You think, what happens next? Or, what if the character did something else? Your mind practices creativity. That is why I tell my students, reading is like a workout for your brain. You exercise memory, imagination, focus, and thinking skills. I also noticed that reading builds habits. When you read every day, you create a rhythm. You wake up and read. You go to school and read. You take a break and read. Slowly, reading becomes part of your life. It is not a chore anymore. It is a choice you love. One of my students, who hated studying English at first, told me, "Sam, I read every day now. It feels good. I don't want to stop." That is the moment I realized I had succeeded. Reading had become a natural habit for her. Another student shared a different story. He loved sports, but did not like reading. I gave him a short story about a young athlete who trained every day, failed many times, but finally won a race. He read one page, then two, then the whole story. After a week, he said, "Sam, I feel happy. I read a whole story." That small step changed his attitude toward reading. He became curious about other stories too. That is the power of easy and fun books. Small steps create big change. Reading also teaches problem solving. Stories often have challenges. Characters must find solutions. When you read, you think about the problem. You imagine solutions. You guess what will happen next. That trains your brain to think critically. I noticed this in my own life. When I faced a difficult situation, I remembered a story I read. I thought, what would the character do? And sometimes I found a solution for myself. That is why reading is more than words. Reading trains your mind to handle life. I also discovered that reading brings joy in small moments. You can read on a bus, in a park, before sleep, or even while waiting in line. You don't need a teacher. You don't need a classroom. You don't need a test. You just open a book and enter another world. That is freedom. That is happiness. I often tell my students, you can carry happiness in your bag. A small book, a few pages, and your day becomes brighter. Reading also creates patience and persistence. Sometimes a story is long. Sometimes the words are difficult. But if you continue, slowly, you reach the end. That feeling of finishing a book gives pride and confidence. I remember the first long story I read in English. I struggled at the beginning. Some sentences were hard, but I read a little every day. After a week, I finished it. I felt proud. I felt strong. That is why I always tell my students, it is okay to read slowly. Every page counts. Every day counts. Reading also builds language skills without pressure. You absorb vocabulary, grammar, and sentence structures naturally. I remember when I read a story about a boy who wanted to travel. The story used words I had never seen before. I did not look them up. I understood from the meaning. Later, when I spoke or wrote, I used the same words naturally. That is the magic of reading. You learn without memorizing. You grow without stress. That is why reading is the fastest way to improve English. One day I realized that reading had changed me completely. I was more patient, more confident, more creative, more calm. I could speak better, write better, and understand more. I could think in English. I could enjoy stories. I could live in another world for a while. And all this came from one simple habit: reading every day. That is why I always tell my students on Bookish English, you must read. It is the simplest, fastest, and most powerful way to learn English. Choose easy books. Choose fun stories. Read every day. Enjoy every page. The rest will come naturally. I also remind them that reading is not only for learning English, it is for life. Books teach lessons, create imagination, build character, and give peace. Reading is a friend, a teacher, and a guide. That is why reading is so important. That is why every learner, every student, every person should read. It is not hard. It is not boring. It is magic. And the magic starts when you open your first page. As I read more and shared stories on Bookish English, I noticed another thing. Reading teaches consistency. When you read every day, you create a routine. At first, it is difficult. Some days you may feel tired or busy. You may want to watch videos or play games instead. That is normal. But if you open a book for even 5 minutes, you practice consistency. Slowly, your brain gets used to focusing, your eyes get used to reading, and your mind starts thinking in English. One of my students told me, "Sam, I don't have time to read. I am busy with school and homework." I said, "That is okay. Read just a little every day. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, even 1 page. It is enough. Consistency matters more than quantity." She tried it. After a month, she said, "I can read 10 pages every day." It is easy now. That is how small daily habits create big results. Another wonderful effect of reading is that it teaches you curiosity. When you finish one story, you want to know more. What happens next? How does the character feel? What is the world like? That curiosity drives you to read more books, more stories, more adventures. And every story you read teaches you new words, new phrases, new ideas. That is why I always say, reading is endless learning. There is no limit. You can always read one more book, discover one more story, meet one more character. That is the beauty of books. One day, I read a story about a young girl who wanted to be an artist. She drew every day, sometimes badly, sometimes well. She never gave up. She learned from mistakes, and in the end, she became very good. That story reminded me of reading. At first, reading in English may feel hard. You may not understand everything. You may forget words. You may read slowly. But if you continue every day, you will improve naturally. You will become strong. You will succeed. That is the lesson. Reading also helps you feel calm and peaceful. When you open a book, the world around you disappears. You are in the story. You hear the characters. You see the places. You feel the emotions. And for a while, your worries are gone. One evening, I was stressed from work and teaching. I opened a small fairy tale book. I read a few pages. I smiled. I laughed. I forgot my stress. That is why I always tell my students, books are like friends. They make you feel happy and calm. You can always find comfort in stories. I also realized that reading helps your listening and speaking indirectly. At first, it may seem that reading only improves your vocabulary and writing, but when you have more words in your mind, your brain recognizes them when you hear them. You understand better. You can speak better. That is why even if your goal is speaking, reading is essential. One of my students struggled with speaking English. He could listen, but speaking was difficult. I asked him to read easy stories every day. After a few months, he said, "Sam, I can speak now." Words come naturally. That is the magic of reading. It builds a foundation for everything. Another thing I noticed is that reading helps memory in a special way. When you remember characters, events, and details from stories, your brain practices remembering naturally. You do not study lists or tests. You remember without pressure, and that memory stays longer. I remember reading a story about a castle. I learned many words, descriptions, and details. Later, when I wrote or spoke, I used the same words without thinking. That is how reading creates long-term memory. I also learned that reading teaches self-discipline. You must sit and focus. You must continue even if it is hard. That practice helps in school, in work, and in life. One of my students said, "I cannot focus. I get distracted." I suggested she read a short story every day. She did. Slowly, she could focus for longer. Her grades improved. Her confidence improved. Reading trained her mind. I also realized that reading creates empathy for others. You read stories about people who are different from you. You understand their feelings, their struggles, and their happiness. That helps you understand real people better. You become kind and patient. You listen more. You care more. That is a life skill. One of my students read a story about a poor boy who worked hard every day. She said, "Sam, I feel different. I want to help others. That is the power of reading." Another amazing effect of reading is imagination. Stories allow you to see new worlds. You can picture places, hear sounds, and feel emotions. Your mind creates pictures for you. That is something that videos or games cannot fully give. Your brain is active. Your creativity grows. That is why reading is not just learning English. It is learning to think, imagine, and create. I also learned that reading gives freedom. You do not need a teacher. You do not need a classroom. You do not need a schedule. You only need a book. You choose the story. You choose the pace. You choose the time. That freedom makes reading enjoyable. One of my students told me, "Sam, I read in the park, on the bus, and before sleep." I love it. That is the magic. Books are always available. You can carry them anywhere. You can enter a story anytime. That makes learning flexible and fun. Finally, I realized that reading gives pride and accomplishment. When you finish a story, you feel proud. You read the words, you understood the ideas, you reached the end. That feeling motivates you to read more. One of my students finished a short novel. She said, "Sam, I never thought I could do it." I feel proud. That pride is powerful. It encourages learning. It creates confidence. It makes you happy. That is why I tell every student, read a little every day. Choose easy books. Choose fun stories. Enjoy every page. Learn naturally. And always feel proud of yourself. Reading is simple. Reading is fun. Reading is powerful. Reading changes your life. That is why every learner, every student, and every person must read. It is a calm night. I sit beside my window, holding a small notebook in my hands. The street outside is quiet. I can hear only the sound of the wind. My name is Sam, and this is Bookish English 2. Tonight, I want to tell you something important, something that can change how you learn English forever. I want to show you how to learn English step by step. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to know everything. You just need to begin. When I started learning English, I didn't know how to start. I didn't have a teacher. I didn't go to an English class. I didn't even have good books. I only had a small dream, to speak English with confidence. I used to feel scared. I used to feel shy. When I tried to speak, my tongue froze. The words did not come out. I made mistakes and laughed at myself. But I didn't stop. I wanted to find a way that worked for me. So, I began to build my own steps, small, simple steps that I could follow every day. I learned that English is not a race. It is a slow walk. You take one step today, another tomorrow. Each word, each sound, each sentence becomes a brick in the house of your fluency. That is how I started. That is how I will show you. Step by step. The first step is to make English a part of your life. You don't need to wait for the right time. You don't need to wait for someone to teach you. You can teach yourself. Start with what you have. Maybe a phone, maybe a notebook, maybe just your voice. Everything begins there. When I began, I used to talk to myself. I would look at the chair and say, "This is a chair." I would look at my hands and say, "These are my hands." I felt silly, but it worked. Because every word I said made my brain stronger. Every sentence I spoke made me a little braver. I learned that learning English is not only about books or rules. It is about courage. The courage to speak, even when you don't feel ready. That is step one. Start speaking, even if it's only to yourself. Step two is listening. Listening is how babies learn, and it is how we learn too. I remember lying in bed with my headphones on. I would listen to simple English stories every night before sleep. I didn't understand everything, but I kept listening. I trained my ears to hear the rhythm of English. I didn't force my brain to translate. I just listened, again and again. Slowly, I began to recognize words. I began to understand the meaning. The sounds started to feel familiar. That is the secret. Listen every day. Listen while you walk. Listen while you clean. Listen while you cook. English must live in your ears. When you listen a lot, your brain starts to think in English without you even trying. Step 3 is reading. Reading opens a new world. I started with small stories, just 10 lines a day. I didn't look for hard words. I looked for easy, happy stories that made me feel good. I read them out loud. I listened to my own voice. The more I read, the more I understood. I saw the same words again and again, and soon they became part of me. I didn't need to memorize them. I didn't need to study grammar. The sentences themselves taught me. When you read, you grow quietly, word by word, without pressure. Reading is like breathing. You don't notice it, but it gives you life. Step 4 is shadowing. This step changed everything for me. I found short videos where people spoke slowly in English. I played one line, paused, and repeated it. Then again. Then again. At first, my voice sounded strange. My tongue didn't move fast enough. But after a few days, my words became smoother. My pronunciation became clear. I began to speak with rhythm and feeling. Shadowing made me brave. It made me sound more natural. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to repeat. You just need to copy and feel. Step 5 is thinking in English. I used to think in my own language first. Then I would translate into English. It made my sentences slow and heavy. But one day, I tried something new. I started describing my day in English in my mind. I would say silently, I am walking. I am eating. I am writing. Slowly, my mind started using English naturally. I stopped translating. I started living in English. That is what you must do. You must make English your second skin. Don't learn it like a subject. Live it like a habit. And the last step is patience. Many people give up because they want fast results. But language is like a plant. You must water it every day. You cannot shout at it to grow. You must wait. You must trust. Every small effort you make counts. Every minute you spend listening, reading, or speaking is building your fluency. You may not see it today, but one morning you will wake up and realize you can understand. You can speak. You can express your heart in English. That day will come. Just stay patient. That is how I learned English. Step by step, slowly, gently, but with heart. You don't need magic. You don't need talent. You only need time, love, and consistency. So, my friend, if you are ready, take your first step tonight. Say one sentence. Listen to one story. Read one page. Do one shadowing exercise. And tomorrow, do one more. You will not see a big change in one day, but in 100 days, you will. I promise you, because that is how I did it. And if I can do it, you can too. This is just the beginning of my story. If you want to walk with me, stay here with Bookish English 2. Let's take the next step together. The next morning feels different. I wake up early, and I feel a little excited. The sun shines softly through my window. I sit up in bed and smile. Yesterday, I spoke my first English words again after many weeks. They were simple sentences, but they made me feel alive. I realized that this is how progress begins, not with big things, but with small, honest steps. Today, I open my notebook again. On the first page, I write one sentence in big letters. Step by step. These 3 words become my guide. I say them out loud. They sound strong. They sound true. I know that if I keep walking, English will walk with me. I start my day by speaking about what I see. I look at my pillow and say, "This is my pillow." I look at the window and say, "I see the light." I walk to the kitchen and say, "I make tea." It feels natural now. I don't feel shy. I don't feel afraid. My mouth moves easily. I talk to everything around me, like they are my English teachers. The cup teaches me. The spoon teaches me. Even the kettle teaches me. I laugh a little, but I keep going. I am turning my world into a classroom. My home is my school. My mind is my teacher. My voice is my tool. After breakfast, I sit near the window with my phone. I open YouTube and search for slow English for beginners. I find a video where a woman speaks slowly about her morning routine. She says, "I wake up at 7. I brush my teeth. I take a shower. I make coffee. I repeat after her." I pause the video after each sentence. I copy her voice. I try to sound the same. At first, I make mistakes, but that's okay. I smile and try again. Every time I repeat, I get better. I learn something new. The way her voice goes up and down, the way she connects the words together. This is shadowing in action. I understand now why it works. It's like singing with another person. When you sing together, your voice learns the melody. When you shadow, your voice learns the rhythm of English. After 10 minutes, I feel tired. But it's a good kind of tired. It feels like my brain just exercised. I drink some water and take a deep breath. Then I write a few words from the video in my notebook. Wake up. Brush, make, coffee, just a few. I don't want to fill the page with hundreds of words. I only want to remember the ones I really used. That's my next step, keeping things simple. Many learners make learning too hard. They try to memorize everything at once. They write long lists of words. But the truth is, your brain learns better when you learn less, but more deeply. One sentence said 100 times is better than 100 sentences said once. That's how I train myself. I repeat. I shadow. I listen. I speak. Slowly, I begin to see change. I notice that when I listen to other people speaking English, I understand more. I don't need to translate every word. I just feel the meaning. Sometimes I close my eyes and listen carefully. The words start to make pictures in my mind. I can imagine the story, the people, the place. It feels magical. This is real learning, not from grammar rules, not from big books, but from sound, feeling, and imagination. In the afternoon, I decide to read something easy. I open a small story on my phone. The title is At the Supermarket. I read the first line. Anna goes to the supermarket to buy apples. I read slowly. I understand. I say the line out loud. I imagine Anna walking down the street. I imagine her looking at apples. The words come alive in my mind. This is what I love about reading in English. It's not just words, it's life. I read the story again and again. Every time I read it, I see more details. I understand better. I learn naturally. I don't look up every word. I let my brain guess. I trust that with time, I will know. And it works. After a few days, I see the same words in another story. They feel familiar. I smile. My brain remembers. I didn't need to memorize them. I just needed to see them again and again in different places. That's how language enters your heart. It repeats until it becomes part of you. In the evening, I take a walk outside. The air is cool. I put on my headphones and play a short English podcast. The voice is calm and clear. The speaker says, "Believe in your daily practice." I repeat softly, "Believe in your daily practice." I say it 3 times. The sentence feels powerful. I realize that learning English is not only about language, it's also about mindset. You must believe in your small steps. You must trust your slow progress. If you speak 1 sentence today, you have already grown. If you understand 1 word more than yesterday, you have already improved. That's enough. That's success. I stop near a small park. I sit on a bench and look at the trees. I take out my notebook and write 1 more line. English grows inside me every day. I smile. It feels true. I am not waiting for a big change. I am watching the small ones. I am not afraid of mistakes anymore. I know they are part of learning. I know every mistake teaches me something. Every wrong word shows me the right one. When I go home, I make 1 last cup of tea. I sit quietly and open my notebook. I read what I wrote this morning. Step by step. I say it again. Step by step. I whisper it softly, like a promise to myself. I feel proud. Not because I am perfect, but because I am trying. I am learning in my own way. And now I truly understand this truth. Fluency does not come from speed. It comes from patience. Tomorrow, I will wake up and take another step. I don't know how many steps it will take to reach fluency, but I know one thing. I will keep walking, because every small step I take brings me closer to my dream. And maybe, someday, I will look back and smile, knowing that it all began with one notebook, one voice, and one simple belief. I can learn English step by step. The next day starts quiet and soft. I open my eyes and feel calm. I remember my goal, to learn English step by step. I sit up slowly and take a deep breath. The sky outside is light blue. Birds are singing. I smile and whisper to myself, "Good morning, Sam." Then I answer, "Good morning." It sounds funny, but it makes me happy. I am speaking English already before breakfast. That is how I like to begin my day now, with words, with sound, with English. I go to the kitchen. While I make tea, I talk about what I'm doing. I say, I boil water. I take the cup. I pour the tea. I stir it. Every small action becomes a sentence. Every moment becomes practice. I don't need a classroom. I don't need a teacher. My life is my classroom. I learn through living. I sit near the window with my tea and my notebook. I write a few sentences. I am drinking tea. The morning is quiet. I feel good. I read them out loud. I listen to my voice. It sounds a little more natural than before. I notice my pronunciation is better. My words come faster. My sentences are longer. These small things make me feel proud. I see progress. I see growth. It's slow, but it's real. I know this is how learning works, little by little, day by day. After breakfast, I decide to listen to an English story. I open my phone and play one called A Rainy Day. The voice is soft and slow. It says, "It is raining." The man opens his umbrella. He walks down the street. I close my eyes and listen. I can see the man in my mind. I can see the street. I can see the rain. I don't try to translate. I just imagine. I let English draw pictures in my mind. This is one of my favorite ways to learn. I listen not only with my ears but with my heart. After listening once, I replay the story. This time, I repeat after the speaker. It is raining. The man opens his umbrella. My voice follows her like a shadow. I try to copy her sound, her rhythm, her feeling. At first, I pause after every line. Then I try to follow her without pausing. I make mistakes, but I keep going. I don't stop. I smile because I know every small mistake is helping me grow. Shadowing feels like dancing with English. I listen, I copy, I move with the rhythm of the language. Later, I read a short story from my reading app. It's about a boy and his dog. The sentences are simple and sweet. I read slowly. I read out loud. I circle words I don't know. But I don't look them up yet. I keep reading. I guess their meaning from the story. When I finish, I check the new words. I understand more than I expected. I write them in my notebook. I don't make a list. I write one sentence with each new word. For example, the word chase. The story says, "The dog chases the ball." I write my own. I chase my dream. It feels beautiful. I smile. I realize that every word can become part of my life. I don't just learn words, I use them to tell my own story. That is what makes learning alive. In the afternoon, I go for a walk. I put on my headphones and play a podcast called Simple English Talks. A man and woman are having a slow, friendly conversation. They talk about food, work, and travel. Their voices are warm. I listen carefully. I repeat some sentences softly as I walk. I like to eat pizza. I love sunny days. People around me don't know what I'm doing, but I do. I'm training my ears. I'm training my mouth. Every step I walk, I'm walking closer to fluency. I don't care if people look at me. I am proud of my journey. I know that real learning happens when you stop feeling shy. When I come home, I watch an English video about daily routines. I write down one line from it. Consistency is the key. I repeat it 3 times. Consistency is the key. I think about what it means. It means doing something every day, even when you don't feel like it. It means not giving up. It means believing that small actions create big results. That line stays in my mind all evening. I say it again when I wash the dishes. I say it again before bed. Consistency is the key. It feels like a truth that guides me. At night, I open my notebook again. I read everything I wrote in the morning. My handwriting is not perfect, but I like looking at it. It shows my progress. I can see how my sentences have grown. They are longer now. They are smoother. I decide to write a small paragraph before sleeping. Today I listened to a story. I shadowed new sentences. I learned the word chase. I read about a boy and his dog. I walked while listening to English. I feel happy because I am learning slowly but surely. I read it out loud 2 times. My voice sounds calm and proud. Before turning off the light, I open a slow English audio. The speaker says softly, "Learning is a journey, not a race." I whisper it back. Learning is a journey, not a race. I feel peaceful. I close my eyes and think about my first day, how shy I was, how unsure I felt. Now I feel different. I feel confident. I feel steady. I know that I can do this. I know that every single day I am becoming a little better. When I fall asleep, my last thought is this: English is not something far away. It is right here, inside my voice, inside my mind, inside my heart. It grows with me every day. It grows when I listen, when I read, when I shadow, when I speak. It grows because I care. I am learning English not just to speak with others, but to speak with myself, to build a new version of me, a stronger one, a braver one. And so, tomorrow, when I wake up again, I will take another small step. Maybe I will learn one new word. Maybe I will shadow one more sentence. Maybe I will read one short story. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as I keep moving. That's how English becomes a part of life. Step by step, breath by breath, word by word. The morning light touches my face again. It feels soft and warm. I open my eyes slowly and smile. A new day means a new chance to learn. I sit up, stretch my arms, and whisper, "Good morning, English." I say it with love, as if English is my old friend who visits me every morning. I remember something I heard yesterday. Talk to English like it's a person. So I do. I say, "Hello, English. How are you today?" Then I answer, "I'm fine, thank you." I laugh a little, but it feels real. It makes my words alive. This small morning talk becomes my daily habit. It helps me start speaking without fear. I make breakfast and speak while I cook. I cut bread. I make eggs. I drink tea. These small sentences sound simple, but they are powerful. They make my brain think in English. I don't translate. I just say what I do. I notice how natural it feels now. At first, I had to think before every word. But now, my mouth moves easily. I feel like my thoughts are slowly changing shape. They are no longer in my first language. They are starting to live in English. That is a special feeling. It feels like I am not just learning words. I am changing the way I see the world. After breakfast, I sit by the window and open a small English book. It is called Simple Life Stories. I choose one about a woman who works in a flower shop. I read slowly. She opens her shop every morning. She smells the flowers. She feels happy when people smile. I like these lines. They are easy to understand, but they also touch my heart. I repeat them softly. I imagine the woman and her flowers. I see the colors. I feel the sunshine. Reading in this way feels like dreaming. I'm not just learning, I'm living inside the story. I think this is why reading helps so much. It connects my emotions to English. It makes every word meaningful. When I finish reading, I take my notebook and write a few new words. Smell, bloom, customer, bouquet. I write one sentence for each word. I smell my tea. The tree blooms in spring. I am a good customer. The bouquet is beautiful. Then I close my eyes and say all the sentences again. I imagine pictures for each one. I see them in my mind. This makes the words stick. I realize that learning is not about memory. It's about imagination. If I can see it, I can remember it. In the afternoon, I go outside. The air is fresh. The sky is clear. I walk slowly and listen to a short English story on my phone. It is called The Lost Key. The voice is calm and slow. I listen carefully. A man drops his key near the park. He looks and looks, but he cannot find it. I repeat the sentences quietly as I walk. I move my lips. I shadow every line. I don't care who sees me. I'm not shy anymore. I'm proud that I can walk and learn at the same time. I feel free. English is no longer just a subject. It's part of my daily rhythm, like walking, breathing, or smiling. When I return home, I sit down to write again. I open my notebook and write a short paragraph about my day. Today I read about a flower shop. I learned new words. I walked outside and listened to a story. I shadowed every line. I feel happy because English is growing inside me. I read it out loud. My voice sounds strong. My words sound clear. I feel proud of myself. I remember when I used to write one small sentence. Now I can write a whole paragraph. I see my progress with my own eyes. In the evening, I decide to practice listening again. I choose a slow English song. The words are simple. Keep going, don't stop, the light is near. I listen many times. The melody makes me feel peaceful. I sing along softly. I don't worry about pronunciation or mistakes. I just enjoy it. I think music is a beautiful teacher. It teaches emotion. It teaches rhythm. It teaches how to feel the language, not just how to understand it. When I sing, I forget that I am learning. I just feel alive. After the song, I open YouTube and watch a short English talk. The speaker says something that stays in my heart. If you want to learn a language, fall in love with it. I pause the video and write that sentence down. Fall in love with it. I think about what it means. It means don't fight with the language. Don't feel tired or angry when it feels hard. Just love it. Talk to it. Spend time with it. Be patient. That's how love grows. And that's how learning grows too. Before bed, I look at the wall near my desk. I have small sticky notes there. Each one has an English phrase. Never give up. Step by step. You can do it. I read them one by one. These words feel like friends now. They speak to me. I smile at them. Then I write one last line in my notebook. English is my daily light. I close my notebook, turn off the light, and lie in bed. I think about the woman in the flower shop, the man who lost his key, the small steps I took today. I feel grateful. I'm not perfect, but I'm learning. I know tomorrow will bring new words, new sounds, new moments, and I'm ready. I whisper, "Thank you, English. See you tomorrow." Then I close my eyes, feeling calm and proud. The next morning arrives with golden sunlight. I open my eyes and feel calm. My first thought is English. I smile. It's funny how my mind now thinks of English before anything else. I whisper softly, "Good morning, English. Let's talk again." Then I stretch my body and say, I wake up. I open my eyes. I smile. These words sound small, but they make me feel powerful. I realize I'm not just learning words. I'm learning to live my life in English. Every action, every sound, every thought is becoming a little part of this new language. After breakfast, I sit near the window with my tea. The world outside feels quiet. I open my notebook and read what I wrote yesterday. My sentences look clear and strong. I decide to write something new. I write about my dream. Last night I dreamed I was in London. I walked in the rain. I talked to people in English. They smiled at me. I smile while writing. It feels like my dream is showing me my future. Maybe one day I really will talk to people like that. I believe it. Then I listen to a short English story about a cat who gets lost and finds its way home. The voice is slow and friendly. I listen once, just for fun. Then I listen again and shadow it. The cat walks down the street. The cat is tired. The cat sees a small house. I follow every sentence. I move my lips and copy the sound. Sometimes I forget to breathe, but I keep going. When I finish, I feel happy. My heart beats fast. I laugh a little. It feels like I just ran a race, but with words. After that, I take a break and walk outside. The air smells fresh. I see children playing and birds flying. I listen to English on my phone again. This time, it's a slow podcast about morning habits. The man says, "Speak to yourself in English. Think in English." It will become natural. I smile because I already do that. I whisper to myself, "Yes, it is becoming natural." I shadow the sentences quietly as I walk. People pass by, but I don't stop. I keep repeating, "I'm not afraid anymore." English is not a subject to me. It's a voice that walks beside me. When I come home, I open my reading app. I choose a story called A Cup of Coffee. It's about a man who meets his old friend at a cafe. The words are easy. I read slowly, line by line. I try to imagine the cafe, the smell of coffee, the sound of the cups. I read one paragraph 3 times. Every time I understand more. I write down 2 new words, memory and friendship. I make my own sentences. I have a good memory. Friendship makes life beautiful. I read them again and again until they feel like mine. In the afternoon, I decide to talk with my mirror. I stand in front of it and start speaking. "Hello, my name is Sam. I am learning English. I like to listen, to read, and to shadow." I look at my eyes in the mirror. At first it feels strange, but then it feels real. I pretend I'm talking to another person. I ask questions and answer them. "How are you today?" "I'm fine, thank you." "What did you do this morning?" "I read a story and walked outside." My reflection smiles back at me. I start to laugh. It feels fun. I realize that this simple practice helps a lot. It makes me confident. It teaches me how to move my mouth, how to use my face, how to sound natural. In the evening, I watch a video lesson about pronunciation. The teacher says, "Smile when you speak. It helps your sound." I try it. I say, "Hello." It sounds brighter. I say, "Thank you." It sounds kinder. I didn't know that a smile could change my sound. I keep practicing with small words. Yes, no, maybe, okay. I notice how my voice changes when I smile. I think maybe learning a language is not only about words, it's also about emotion. If I feel happy, my words feel happy too. After dinner, I decide to review everything I learned this week. I open my notebook and see pages full of words, sentences, and small notes. I feel proud. I remember when my first page had only 3 lines. Now I have so many. I can see my growth right there on the paper. I whisper, "Thank you, me." Then I write something new. I don't want to be perfect. I just want to be better than yesterday. Later that night, I sit by the window and look at the sky. The stars are bright. I listen to a slow English meditation. The voice says softly, "You are learning. You are growing. You are doing great." I close my eyes and repeat those words. I am learning. I am growing. I am doing great. I feel calm. My heart feels warm. I think about how far I've come. Just a few weeks ago, I was shy to speak even one sentence. Now I can speak, write, listen, and even dream in English. Before sleeping, I pick up a small paper where I wrote one goal: speak English with confidence. I read it again. I touch the paper and smile. I know I'm getting closer every day. Learning is not magic. It's love, patience, and small daily steps. I turn off the light, close my eyes, and whisper softly, "Thank you, English." I'll see you in my dreams again. Then I fall asleep, peaceful and proud. The next day begins with soft light on my face. I open my eyes slowly and smile. My first words are, "Good morning, English." I say it gently, like I'm greeting a friend I truly care about. It has become my habit now, my morning ritual. It makes me feel calm and ready. I get out of bed and walk to the window. The sky is blue, and the world feels new again. I whisper, "It's a new day to learn." These simple words make me feel strong. Every day I remind myself that I am not just learning a language, I am building a new part of myself. I brush my teeth and talk to myself in the mirror. I am brushing my teeth. I feel fresh. I am ready for today. I laugh a little because I sound funny, but I also feel proud. I don't need anyone to tell me what to say. I can create my own English moments. My voice sounds more natural now. I notice that I don't stop or think before every word. The sentences just flow. This feeling is special. It means my brain is slowly starting to think in English. After breakfast, I sit with my notebook. I open to a clean page and write the date at the top. I like doing that. It makes every page feel like a new chapter in my story. I write, "Today I will learn with joy." Then I listen to a new short story. It's called The Little Bird. The voice says, "A little bird wants to fly. It is afraid. One day it jumps and it flies." I listen carefully. The story is simple but beautiful. It feels like my own story. I think, I was like that bird. I was afraid to speak English, but I jumped. Now I'm flying slowly, but I'm flying. I shadow the whole story 3 times. My voice becomes more confident each time. Then I take a small break. I make tea and sit quietly. I think about how English is changing me. It's not only helping me talk, it's helping me think clearly. When I write in English, my thoughts feel soft and simple. I use small words, but I say big things. I realize that learning English is not only about vocabulary or grammar. It's about connection, to myself and to others. In the afternoon, I decide to watch a video about travel. The speaker says, "When you visit a new place, use English to connect with people." I pause the video and repeat it. Use English to connect with people. I think about that line. English is more than a school subject. It's a bridge. It connects one heart to another. It helps people understand each other. I feel thankful. One day, I will travel too. I will speak English with people from different countries. I will not be shy. I will smile and say, "Hi, how are you?" and feel free. After the video, I read a short article from my reading app. It's about morning routines of successful people. I read slowly, sentence by sentence. They wake up early. They write their goals. They speak positive words. I stop and write my own version in my notebook. I wake up early. I speak English. I write my goals. I look at these sentences and smile. They describe my life now. Learning English has become part of my success routine. In the evening, I sit in front of my mirror again. I practice speaking freely. Hello, my name is Sam. I'm learning English every day. I love listening and shadowing. I believe in progress. My eyes look confident now. I don't look away. I talk for 3 minutes without stopping. I don't care about mistakes. I just keep talking. I feel free, light, and happy. When I finish, I clap for myself. I whisper, "You did it." Later, I go for a walk. I put on my headphones and listen to calm English music. The song says, "Every step is progress, no matter how small." I repeat the line as I walk. Every step is progress, no matter how small. I say it again and again. These words become like magic to me. I think about my first day of learning. I remember how shy I was, how slowly I spoke, how scared I felt to say anything. But now I talk, I write, I listen, I think. I am not scared anymore. I have changed. When I come home, I sit near the window with my tea again. The air feels cool. I open my notebook and write one big paragraph about my journey. When I started learning English, I was shy. I didn't know many words, I made many mistakes, but I didn't stop. I listened every day. I shadowed every sentence. I spoke to myself. I read small stories. Now I can speak more easily. I can write without fear. I know learning never ends, but I am happy. I am walking on the right path. I read my paragraph out loud 2 times. My voice sounds calm and clear. I smile because I can hear my progress. I close my notebook and look at the pages full of my handwriting. Each page is a small piece of my growth. It's my story in English. Before bed, I play one last slow audio. The voice says, "Learning is not about speed. It's about love. It's about time. It's about never giving up." I repeat it softly, like a prayer. Learning is not about speed. It's about love. I close my eyes and think about tomorrow. I don't know what I'll learn next, but I know I will learn something. Maybe a new word, maybe a new sound, maybe a new story. I whisper, "Thank you, English. Thank you for growing with me." Then I turn off the light and smile in the dark. I feel proud, peaceful, and full of hope. I know this is not the end of my story. It's just another beautiful chapter in my long English journey. Welcome to Bookish English. Please don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more English stories. Fluency in English is something many people want. I am Ariel, and I remember when I wanted to speak English well. I wanted to speak fast and think fast, but I was shy and nervous. I made many mistakes. One day a teacher said to me, "You can speak fluently if you practice every day." That sentence changed my life. I realized fluency does not come in one day. It is like learning to ride a bicycle. At first, you fall many times. You get up and try again. Step by step, you improve. Speaking English is the same. You need practice, patience, and courage. I remember a student who came to me. She looked very worried. She said, "Teacher, I want to speak English, but I always get stuck. I cannot think fast." I smiled and said, "Do not worry. Thinking fast is a skill. It grows with practice." She asked, "How can I practice thinking fast?" I said, "Everywhere. When you speak, read, listen, or write, you are training your brain. You are training your thoughts." I remembered when I was a beginner. I loved listening to stories. I would listen and repeat the words. At first, I was slow. My sentences were short. But with time, I became faster. I learned new words, and my brain started to think faster in English. One day, another student asked me, "Teacher, is fluency only about speaking fast?" I said, "No. Fluency is about clarity. It is about being understood. You do not have to speak fast. You have to speak clearly and confidently." There was a boy in my class who spoke very fast. People could not understand him. I told him, "Slow down. Use simple words. Speak clearly." He listened and practiced. Soon everyone could understand him, and he became more confident. Thinking fast and speaking fluent is a journey. You take small steps every day. You cannot rush it. One day, you will look back and see how far you have come. Many students were shy at first, but after practice they became fluent. There is a simple secret to thinking fast and speaking fluent. The secret is listening. Listen to people speak. Listen to stories, songs, and conversations. The more you listen, the more your brain learns to respond fast. I had a student who loved music. She listened to English songs every day. Slowly, she started singing along. Her fluency improved because she trained her brain to think and speak in English automatically. Another important thing is to not fear mistakes. Mistakes are teachers. I had a student who was afraid of mistakes. She would not speak because she thought people would laugh. I told her, "Mistakes are lessons. Speak anyway." One day, she spoke in class. She made many mistakes, but she did not stop. She kept speaking, and soon she became confident. She said, "Teacher, I am not afraid anymore." That was the day she started to think fast and speak fluent. Fluency also comes from thinking in English. If you always translate from your language, your brain slows down. I had a student who translated everything. He was confused and slow. I told him, "Try to think in English, even alone." He tried. Slowly, he became faster. Another student loved to talk, but mixed English with his language. I told him, "Stay in English. If you do not know a word, explain in English." he practiced this. Soon, he spoke only in English, and his thinking became faster. Reading helps too. Reading shows how sentences are formed. You learn new words. I read simple books every day. I wrote new words in a notebook. Then I tried to use them in sentences. This made my thinking faster. I remember a student who brought a book. She said, "Teacher, I do not understand everything." I said, "That is okay. Keep reading. Your brain will learn." She read every day. Later, she said, "Now I understand more." Her fluency grew because she practiced thinking and speaking every day. Listening to yourself is helpful too. Record your voice, listen, and improve. I had a student who did this daily. She recorded stories and listened. She found mistakes and corrected them. Slowly, she became fluent. Practicing with friends is great. Two friends decided to speak only in English. They helped each other. They asked questions, corrected each other, and shared ideas. Over time, both became fluent. Using English in real life is powerful. Speak at the market, in the shop, or with friends. One student worked in a shop. He spoke English with customers. At first it was hard, but soon he became confident and fluent. Curiosity helps. When you hear a new word, ask its meaning. Use it in your next conversation. I had a curious student. He learned new words every day. His vocabulary and fluency grew. Goals are important. Ask yourself, why do I want to be fluent? A student wanted to travel abroad. She practiced English daily for this. Her goal motivated her. Soon, she became fluent. Enjoy the process. Fluency takes time. One student loved movies. He watched English movies every night, at first with subtitles, later without. He enjoyed it and improved his fluency. Repetition is key. Repeat words and sentences. One student repeated sentences many times. Slowly, he remembered them and spoke naturally. Speak with different people. Every person teaches new ways to speak. A shy student spoke only with me. I told him, talk with others. He was nervous but tried. His fluency improved. Speak about topics you love. Passion helps words flow. One student loved football. He spoke about it daily. Slowly, he became fluent. Do not fear not knowing a word. Explain it in another way. One student stopped if he did not know a word. I told him, explain it differently. Keep talking. He practiced and improved. Students often ask, how long to become fluent? I say, it depends on practice. Some months, some longer. Do not stop. Pausing is okay. One student worried about silence. I told him, pause, think, continue. He relaxed and spoke better. Take breaks. Brain needs rest. One student practiced too much and felt tired. I said, rest. Come back fresh. Her fluency improved after breaks. Creativity helps. Write stories, sing, or make videos. One student wrote short stories daily. She read them aloud and improved. Teach others. Teaching helps fluency. One fluent student helped friends. She learned more while teaching. Routine matters. Practice daily. One student practiced 30 minutes each morning. He became fluent because of routine. Patience is key. One impatient student became frustrated. I told him, be patient. You progress slowly. He listened and improved. Listening is important. A good listener responds well. One student listened carefully before speaking. His fluency improved. Stay positive. Mistakes happen. Smile and try again. One positive student became fluent because of her attitude. Step out of your comfort zone. One shy student practiced outside class. Slowly, she gained confidence. Learn from fluent speakers. I had a student who watched a famous speaker daily. She copied his style and improved. Fluency is a mix. Practice, patience, listening, speaking, mistakes. Like cooking, you need ingredients. Celebrate small victories. One student celebrated every new word. It motivated her. Pauses are okay. One student got stuck but kept going. He learned to handle pauses, practice new words, use them daily, observe surrounding signs, menus, posters, teach English. One student explored the city and learned phrases. Learn culture. English is global. British, American, Australian English differ. One student watched British shows. He learned culture and fluency improved. Body language matters. One student used gestures to add meaning. Challenges help. Speak about new topics. One student loved sports but tried science. He learned words and became fluent. Relaxation helps. Take deep breaths to speak easily. Ask questions to start conversations. One student asked classmates daily. He became fluent. Reflect progress. One student kept a journal. He saw improvement and stayed motivated. Flexibility matters. Change sentences to be understood. One student adapted and improved. Connect with learners. One student joined an English club. She learned from others and improved. Small goals help. One student learned 5 words per week. She grew confident. Persistence is key. One struggling student kept going and became fluent. Review lessons. One student reviewed notes monthly. She remembered and improved. Stay open-minded. Learn different dialects. One student explored accents and became adaptable. Enjoy the language. One student loved poetry. She read daily and grew fluent. Ask for feedback. One student asked for corrections and improved. Flashcards help. One student used flashcards daily. Silence is okay. Pause and think. Phrases are better than words. One student learned phrases and spoke naturally. Learn about the world. One student loved history and could talk about it. The road is long but rewarding. Like a river to the ocean, your efforts reach fluency. Every word and sentence is a bridge. Keep learning, speaking, and let your voice be heard. Now I ask you, what inspires you to think fast and speak fluent in English? Fluency is not just about words. It is about thinking fast, responding fast, and feeling confident. I remember a student who was very slow. He would think too much before speaking. I told him, "Do not think too long. Your brain learns by speaking, not by waiting." At first, he was nervous. He would make mistakes and stop. I told him, "Mistakes are okay. Keep going." Slowly, he learned to trust his mind. He started to think faster and speak fluent English naturally. Another student asked me, "Teacher, how can I think faster?" I said, "Listen more, speak more, and repeat what you hear." Our brains learn patterns. When you hear English often, your brain starts to respond automatically. I had a student who listened to a story every day. At first, he repeated it slowly. After a few weeks, he repeated it quickly without thinking. His thinking speed increased. One day, a student came and said, "Teacher, I want to answer fast in conversations, but I freeze." I smiled and said, "That is normal. Everyone freezes at first. You need practice in real life." I told him to ask questions when talking to friends. Ask small questions like, "How are you?" or "What did you do today?" He practiced daily. Slowly, he stopped freezing. His brain learned to respond fast. Another student wanted to be fast in exams. He needed to answer questions quickly. I told him, "Think in English. Do not translate. Translate slowly. You will lose time. Speak in your mind first, then write." He practiced every day. Soon, he could think fast and answer quickly. Thinking fast is connected to vocabulary. The more words you know, the faster you can respond. I had a student who knew few words. He struggled to explain ideas. I told him, "Learn more words. Make a list. Use words in sentences." He did this daily. Slowly, his thinking speed increased. Another important habit is repetition. Repeat sentences, words, and conversations. I had a student who repeated dialogues every day. He recorded himself speaking. He listened, corrected mistakes, and repeated. His fluency and thinking speed improved. Confidence also affects thinking speed. One student was shy and afraid of speaking. I told her, "Speak like you know. Do not worry about others." She practiced with a friend. At first, she spoke slowly. Then, her confidence grew. Her brain started to respond faster, and she could speak fluent English easily. Listening is another secret. Listen to native speakers, podcasts, songs, and stories. Your brain learns patterns and speed. One student listened to English songs daily. She repeated words and sentences. Slowly, she could answer questions quickly because her brain was trained. Another student asked, "Teacher, what if I forget words while speaking?" I said, "Do not stop. Explain in other words. Keep going." He practiced and learned to handle difficult situations. Thinking fast is also about predicting words. When someone talks, guess the next word in your mind. I taught a student to do this. At first, he was slow. Then, he guessed words correctly more often. His responses became faster. Practice in daily life is very important. Speak to shopkeepers, classmates, and friends. One student decided to speak English only at school. At first, it was hard. She made mistakes but continued. Slowly, she spoke fast and fluent. Curiosity helps thinking fast. Ask why, what, and how. One student loved asking questions. He asked daily. His brain started to think faster because he had to respond quickly. Another secret is shadowing. Listen to a sentence and repeat it immediately. One student practiced shadowing daily. Slowly, he could repeat long sentences fast and correctly. His fluency improved. Reading aloud also helps. One student read stories every day At first, she was slow. With time, she read faster, and her brain thought faster too. Writing in English helps thinking fast. One student wrote a diary every day. Writing helped him organize thoughts. Then speaking became faster. Another habit is speaking alone. Speak in front of a mirror. One student practiced daily. She could see herself, correct mistakes, and build confidence. Slowly, her brain responded quickly. Games help too. Ask questions, play word games, and make sentences fast. One student played word games every day. His thinking speed increased. Think about common situations. Prepare sentences for greetings, shopping, and asking directions. One student practiced these daily. When real situations came, he responded fast. Listening and predicting words are linked. One student listened to podcasts and tried to guess sentences before they finished. This practice trained his brain to think fast. Another secret is not worrying about mistakes. One student feared mistakes. She would pause often, I told her. Mistakes are fine. Keep speaking. Slowly, her brain started responding without fear. Fluency is like building muscles. You need daily exercise. Speaking, listening, reading, writing, all are workouts. One student practiced all four every day. Slowly, his brain became fast and fluent. Patience is important. One impatient student wanted instant results. I told him, brain needs time. Trust the process. He practiced slowly and steadily. Thinking and speaking fast became natural for him. Another technique is story retelling. Listen to a story and retell it in your own words. One student did this daily. At first, short sentences. Later, long sentences. Her thinking speed improved. Another secret is chunking. Learn phrases, not single words. One student learned phrases. His sentences became natural and fast. He did not think long before speaking. Role-playing helps. Act like you are in real-life situations. One student practiced ordering in a restaurant daily. He could respond fast in real situations. Another technique is summarizing. Read a paragraph and summarize in English. One student did this daily. His brain learned to think and speak quickly. Vocabulary is key. One student learned 5 new words daily. He used them in sentences. Slowly, his thinking speed increased. Speaking with different people is helpful. Each person speaks differently. One shy student spoke only with me. I encouraged him to talk with others. He learned new words and phrases. Slowly, his brain responded faster. Listen to yourself. Record and replay. One student did this every day. She improved pronunciation, speed, and fluency. Another secret is prediction in conversations. Think about possible answers before speaking. One student practiced this. He could answer fast in class. Ask and answer questions daily. One student asked classmates about hobbies, movies, and food. His brain learned to think fast. Another student loved debates. Debates force you to respond quickly. He became very fast in thinking and speaking. Reading aloud daily is also very important. One student read stories aloud every day. Slowly, her brain processed words faster. Fluency comes from consistency. One student practiced every day, 30 minutes. Slowly, thinking fast and speaking fluent became natural. Another technique is listening and repeating immediately. One student shadowed teacher's speech daily. His brain learned patterns and speed. Another student practiced speaking to herself every morning. She built confidence and speed. Curiosity is very helpful. Ask questions and explore words. One student loved learning new words daily. Slowly, his thinking speed improved. Another student listened to movies in English. She paused, repeated, and answered questions. Her brain responded quickly. Shadowing, repetition, role play, reading aloud, listening, questioning, writing, and speaking daily all together help you think fast and speak fluent. Mistakes are teachers. Patience, practice, and confidence make your brain faster. One student asked, "Teacher, is it possible to think fast in all situations?" I said, "Yes, if you practice daily and never stop." He practiced and slowly could respond fast anywhere. Fluency and fast thinking are like building a strong tree. Water it daily with practice. Give it sunshine with listening and reading. Pull out weeds by correcting mistakes. Slowly, it grows strong, fast, and beautiful. One day, you will see your brain responding automatically. One student said, "Teacher, now I can speak and think fast. I do not stop to translate." That is the goal. Think fast, speak fluent, and be confident. Always listen, practice, and speak daily. Fluency is a journey, and thinking fast is the key to enjoy it fully. Thinking fast and speaking fluent is a habit. It grows slowly but steadily. I remember a student who wanted to speak fast, but he only practiced once in a while. He became frustrated. I told him, "Daily practice is like exercising your brain. If you skip, it slows down." He started practicing every day, listening, repeating, reading aloud, and speaking daily. Slowly, his thinking became fast and fluent. Another student asked, "Teacher, how can I train my mind to respond instantly?" I said, "Prepare for common situations. Learn sentences for greetings, shopping, travel, and school. Practice them until your brain responds automatically." He followed my advice. At first, short sentences, then longer sentences. Soon, he could answer questions without thinking too long. Practice with friends is very important. Two students decided to speak only in English daily. They asked questions, answered quickly, and corrected each other. Their brains learned patterns and speed. Slowly, both became fast thinkers and fluent speakers. One student loved listening to podcasts. At first, he understood little. I told him, "Listen every day. Repeat words and sentences. Your brain will adjust." He did it daily. Slowly, he could respond fast in conversations. Another technique is talking to yourself. Speak about your day, plans, and ideas in English. One student practiced this every morning. At first, simple sentences, then complex sentences. His thinking and speaking speed increased. Reading aloud is also very helpful. One student read stories daily. He read slowly at first, With time, he read fast and understood better. His brain started thinking fast in English. Shadowing is powerful. Listen and repeat immediately. One student shadowed English videos every day. Slowly, he could speak without thinking too much. His brain learned patterns and speed. Another student liked writing short stories. Writing organized his thoughts. Then speaking became faster. Repetition is a key to thinking fast. Repeat words, sentences, and stories. One student repeated sentences over and over. Slowly, he spoke fast, and fluent mistakes are part of learning. One student feared mistakes and paused often. I told her, "Mistakes are teachers. Speak anyway." Slowly, her brain responded fast and fluently. Confidence affects speed. One shy student gained confidence by practicing daily in front of a mirror. She could see herself, correct mistakes, and trust her mind. Slowly, she spoke fast and fluent. Listening is the secret to fast thinking. Listen to stories, songs, conversations, and speeches. Your brain learns patterns. One student listened to English songs daily. He repeated words and sentences. Slowly, he could respond instantly in conversations. Another secret is predicting sentences. When someone speaks, try to guess the next word. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, his brain responded fast. Thinking fast is also about vocabulary. More words mean faster responses. One student learned 5 new words daily. She used them in sentences. Slowly, her brain responded faster. Role-playing helps a lot. Pretend to order in a restaurant, buy something, or ask for directions. One student did this every day. Slowly, she could respond fast in real life. Asking questions is another secret. Questions start conversations. One student asked classmates about hobbies, movies, and daily life. His brain learned to respond quickly. Another student loved debates. Debates force quick thinking. He practiced weekly. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluently. Reading, listening, writing, speaking, and shadowing daily. These habits train your brain. Fluency comes with consistency. One student practiced 30 minutes every morning. Slowly, his brain responded fast. Another secret is summarizing. Listen or read something, then summarize in your own words. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, he could think and speak faster. Chunking is also important. Learn phrases, not single words. One student learned phrases every day. His sentences became natural, and he did not think long before speaking. Speaking in front of a mirror helps confidence. One student practiced daily. Slowly, her brain responded faster. Creativity is important. Make stories, songs, or videos in English. One student wrote short stories daily. Reading them aloud improved thinking speed. Listening to yourself helps. Record your voice, listen, and correct mistakes. One student did this every day. Slowly, she spoke fast and fluently. Curiosity is very helpful. Ask about new words, sentences, or culture. One student asked daily. Slowly, his brain learned to respond fast. Another technique is imagining conversations. Think about a situation, imagine questions, and answer in English. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, he could think fast in real life. Preparing common sentences is very important. Greetings, shopping, directions, school phrases, all repeated daily. One student practiced this slowly. His brain responded automatically. Thinking fast is also about relaxing. One student was tense when speaking. I told him, take deep breaths, relax, and speak. Slowly, his brain responded faster. Fluency is like a muscle. You exercise it daily. Listening, speaking, reading, writing, shadowing, repeating, and correcting mistakes are workouts. One student practiced all of them daily. Slowly, his brain responded fast and fluently. Patience is key. One student wanted instant results. I told him, brain needs time. Practice every day. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Another secret is reviewing old lessons. Go back and practice them. One student reviewed notes every week. Slowly, her brain responded faster. Another secret is thinking in English constantly. Even alone, think in English. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, thinking fast became natural. Fluency is about connecting words, sentences, and ideas. One student connected ideas daily. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Another technique is mimicking native speakers. Listen and copy their intonation, stress, and rhythm. One student did this daily. Slowly, he could speak fast with correct rhythm. Observing gestures and body language helps. One student copied gestures while speaking. Slowly, communication became faster and clearer. Another secret is speaking about your interests. One student loved football. He spoke daily about football. Slowly, his thinking and speaking became faster. Speaking about new topics also helps. One student loved sports, but tried science topics. Slowly, his brain learned to think fast in different subjects. Another secret is celebrating small victories. One student celebrated learning 5 new words daily. Slowly, he became motivated and spoke fast. Role-playing with friends is powerful. One student practiced ordering food daily with a friend. Slowly, thinking fast and speaking fluent became natural. Shadowing, repetition, role-play, reading aloud, listening, writing, speaking daily, and thinking in English, these habits together make your brain fast and fluent. Mistakes, pauses, and challenges are part of the process. One student faced challenges but kept going. Slowly, thinking fast became natural. Fluency and fast thinking are like building a strong tree. Water it daily with practice. Give it sunlight with listening and reading. Remove weeds by correcting mistakes. Slowly, it grows strong, fast, and beautiful. One day, your brain will respond instantly. One student said, "Teacher, now I think fast and speak fluent. I do not hesitate." That is the goal. Think fast, speak fluent, and trust your brain. Always practice daily, listen, repeat, read aloud, write, speak, and enjoy the process. Fluency is a journey, and thinking fast is the key to make it easy and natural. One student asked me, "Teacher, Can anyone learn to think fast? I said, yes, if you practice daily and never give up. He practiced every day and slowly could think and speak fast anywhere. Thinking fast is a habit, and habits grow with repetition. One student said, "Teacher, I now respond quickly in conversations." That is the result of daily practice, patience, listening, and speaking. Your brain can think fast. Your mouth can speak fluent. Your confidence grows every day. Fluency and thinking fast are gifts you give yourself with consistent practice and love for the language. Thinking fast and speaking fluent is like training a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. I remember a student who practiced only sometimes. He wanted instant results, but his brain was slow. I told him, practice daily. Even small exercises help. He started speaking a few sentences every morning. He listened to English podcasts, repeated phrases, and shadowed stories. Slowly, his brain started responding quickly. Another student asked, "Teacher, how can I improve even faster?" I said, combine listening, speaking, reading, and writing daily. Use all 4 skills together. He followed this routine, listening to stories in the morning, reading aloud in the afternoon, speaking to friends in the evening, and writing short sentences at night. Slowly, his brain became faster, and his speech became fluent. Confidence is key. One shy student feared speaking in front of the class. I told her, mistakes are okay. Speak anyway. She started practicing daily with friends. Slowly, her brain learned to respond fast. Another secret is prediction. When someone talks, guess what they will say next. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, he could respond instantly. Thinking fast also depends on vocabulary. One student had limited words. I told him, learn 5 new words daily, use them in sentences. He practiced, and his brain responded faster. Another student loved debates. Debates force fast thinking. He practiced weekly. Slowly, he could speak fast and fluent. Listening to native speakers is very helpful. One student listened to English songs and podcasts daily. He repeated words and sentences. Slowly, his brain learned patterns, and he could respond quickly in conversations. Shadowing is powerful. One student shadowed teacher's speech every day. He repeated immediately. Slowly, he spoke fluent and fast. Writing helps thinking fast. One student wrote a diary every day. Organizing thoughts in writing made speaking faster. Repetition is important. One student repeated sentences, stories, and dialogues daily. Slowly, he spoke fast without thinking long. Mistakes are teachers. One student feared mistakes and paused often. I told her, mistakes are fine. Keep going. Slowly, her brain responded quickly. Confidence grows with practice. One student practiced in front of a mirror every day. She corrected mistakes and trusted her mind. Slowly, she spoke fast and fluent. Role-playing helps a lot. Pretend to order food, buy tickets, or ask directions. One student did this daily. Slowly, she responded fast in real-life situations. Asking questions starts conversations. One student asked classmates about hobbies, movies, and daily life. Slowly, his brain learned to respond quickly. Another student loved learning new topics. He spoke daily about sports, then tried science and history. Slowly, his thinking became fast in many subjects. Curiosity helps a lot. One student asked daily about new words, phrases, and culture. Slowly, his brain responded fast. Reading aloud is helpful. One student read stories every day. Slowly, her brain processed sentences quickly. Listening and repeating immediately is very powerful. One student shadowed stories every day. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Preparing common sentences is helpful. Greetings, shopping, directions, school phrases, practice daily. One student did this. Slowly, his brain responded automatically. Imagining conversations also helps. Think about a situation, imagine questions, and answer in English. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, he responded fast in real life. Reviewing old lessons is useful. One student reviewed notes every week. Slowly, her brain responded faster. Thinking in English all the time helps. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, thinking fast became natural. Combining reading, listening, speaking, writing, shadowing, repeating, and thinking in English trains your brain to respond quickly. One student did all these daily. Slowly, he could think and speak fast anywhere. Fluency is like building a strong tree. Water it daily with practice. Give it sunlight by listening and reading. Remove weeds by correcting mistakes. Slowly, it grows strong, fast, and beautiful. One student said, "Teacher, now I think fast and speak fluent. I do not hesitate." That is the goal. Think fast, speak fluent, and trust your brain. Practice daily. Listen, repeat, read aloud, write, and enjoy the process. Fluency is a journey, and thinking fast is the key. Shadowing, role play, reading, listening, writing, asking questions, predicting sentences, preparing common phrases, repeating, and speaking with friends. These habits together make your brain fast and fluent. Patience is important. One student wanted instant results. I told him, brain needs time practice every day. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Mistakes, pauses, and challenges are part of learning. One student faced challenges but kept going. Slowly, thinking fast became natural. Fluency and fast thinking grow with repetition. One student said, "Teacher, I now respond quickly in conversations." That is the result of daily practice, patience, listening, speaking, and confidence. Another secret is speaking about topics you love. One student loved football. He spoke about football every day. Slowly, his brain responded fast. Speaking about new topics also helps. One student spoke about science, history, and music. Slowly, thinking fast became natural in many subjects. Celebrating small victories helps. One student celebrated learning 5 new words every day. Slowly, he became motivated and spoke fast. Role-playing with friends is very useful. One student practiced ordering food daily with a friend. Slowly, thinking fast and speaking fluent became natural. listening, shadowing, reading aloud, writing, speaking, predicting, asking questions, repeating, role-playing, and thinking in English. These habits together train your brain. Mistakes and pauses are teachers. Patience, practice, and confidence make your brain fast. One student asked, "Teacher, can anyone learn to think fast?" I said, "Yes, if you practice daily and never stop." He practiced every day and slowly could think and speak fast anywhere. Thinking fast is a habit. Habits grow with repetition. One student said, "Teacher, I now respond instantly in conversations." That is the result of daily listening, speaking, repeating, writing, shadowing, and thinking in English. Your brain can think fast. Your mouth can speak fluent. Confidence grows every day. Fluency and thinking fast are gifts you give yourself with consistent practice, patience, and love for English. Thinking fast and speaking fluent is a journey. One day, you may feel slow, and the next day, faster. I remember a student who practiced daily but doubted himself. He said, "Teacher, I still hesitate." I smiled and said, "Hesitation is normal. Keep practicing, and your brain will respond fast." He kept going, shadowing videos, reading aloud, speaking to friends, and writing daily. Slowly, he noticed his thinking was faster, and his responses became fluent. Another student asked, "Teacher, how can I avoid freezing when I speak?" I told him, "Think of words and sentences as tools. The more tools you have, the easier it is to use them. Prepare common phrases, learn new words, and repeat them daily. Your brain will learn to respond automatically." He started practicing daily, even for 10 minutes in the morning. Slowly, his responses became quick and fluent. Another secret is to speak with different people. Each person speaks differently. One student only spoke to me. I encouraged him to speak to classmates and friends. At first, he hesitated. Slowly, he became more confident. His brain learned different patterns, and he could think and respond fast. Shadowing is one of the most effective methods. Listen to English speakers, repeat every word immediately, and copy intonation, rhythm, and stress. One student shadowed stories and podcasts daily. Slowly, he could speak fast and naturally. Reading aloud trains pronunciation, vocabulary, and speed. One student read stories aloud every day. Slowly, his brain processed sentences quickly. Writing organizes thoughts. One student wrote a short paragraph every day. When he spoke, his sentences came fast and fluent. Mistakes are valuable. One student was afraid of mistakes. I said, "Mistakes are lessons. Keep speaking." Slowly, he overcame fear. Confidence grows with practice. One student practiced in front of a mirror daily. Slowly, she trusted herself, and her brain responded quickly. Another technique is imagining conversations. Think about real-life situations, questions, and answers. One student practiced this every day. Slowly, he could respond instantly in real situations. Repetition is essential. Repeat words, sentences, stories, and dialogues. One student repeated every day. Slowly, his speech became fast and fluent. Listening to native speakers is key. One student listened to English podcasts and songs daily. Slowly, his brain learned patterns, and he could respond fast. Preparing common sentences is important. Greetings, shopping phrases, school sentences, directions, practice daily. One student practiced every day. Slowly, his brain responded automatically. Thinking in English all the time helps. One student practiced even when alone. Slowly, thinking fast became natural. Curiosity is helpful. Ask about new words, phrases, and culture. One student asked daily. Slowly, his brain responded faster. Shadowing, repetition, reading aloud, writing, thinking in English, asking questions, predicting sentences, and speaking with friends. These habits together train your brain. One student did all of these every day. Slowly, he could think fast and speak fluent anywhere. Role-playing helps a lot. Pretend to order food, ask directions, or shop. One student did this daily. Slowly, his brain responded automatically, and he spoke fast. Confidence grows with small victories. One student celebrated learning 5 new words daily. Slowly, he became motivated and spoke fast. Speaking about topics you love also helps. One student loved football. He spoke about football daily. Slowly, his brain responded fast. Speaking about new topics helps even more. One student spoke about science, history, and music. Slowly, he could think and respond fast in many subjects. Reviewing old lessons is very useful. One student reviewed notes every week. Slowly, his brain responded faster. Predicting sentences is powerful. When someone speaks, guess the next word. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, his brain learned to respond instantly. Asking questions starts conversations. One student asked classmates about hobbies, movies, and daily life. Slowly, his brain learned to respond quickly. Listening, shadowing, reading aloud, writing, repeating, role-playing, asking questions, predicting sentences, speaking about interests, reviewing old lessons, and thinking in English. These habits together make your brain fast and fluent. Mistakes, pauses, and challenges are part of learning. Patience is key. One student wanted instant results. I told him, brain needs time. Practice every day. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Another secret is using gestures and body language. One student copied native speakers' gestures daily. Slowly, communication became faster and clearer. Another technique is summarizing. Listen or read something, then summarize in your own words. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Shadowing, repetition, reading aloud, writing, predicting sentences, thinking in English, role-playing, asking questions, using gestures, summarizing, speaking with friends, and learning phrases. These combined habits train your brain to respond fast. One student said, "Teacher, I think fast and speak fluent now. I do not hesitate. That is the goal." Thinking fast and speaking fluent is possible for anyone who practices daily, stays patient, and trusts the process. One student asked, "Teacher, Can I speak fast in any situation? I said, yes, if you practice daily and use all techniques together. He practiced every day and slowly could respond quickly anywhere. Thinking fast is a habit habits grow with repetition. One student said, "Teacher, I now respond instantly in conversations." That is the result of daily listening, speaking, shadowing, reading aloud, writing, repeating, thinking in English, predicting sentences, asking questions, role-playing, and using gestures. Your brain can think fast. Your mouth can speak fluent. Confidence grows every day. Fluency and thinking fast are gifts you give yourself with daily practice, patience, and love for English. Another student said, "Teacher, now I do not translate I think in English naturally. That is the result of daily practice, shadowing, reading, writing, repeating, and speaking. Another secret is challenging yourself. Speak about topics you do not know well. One student loved sports but tried science and history. Slowly, he could think fast in any topic. Creativity also helps. Make short stories, videos, or songs in English. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, his brain responded fast, and his speech became fluent. Listening to yourself helps. Record your voice, listen, and correct mistakes. One student did this every day. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Patience is very important. One student wanted instant results. I told him, brain needs time. Practice daily. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Shadowing, reading aloud, writing, predicting sentences, asking questions, speaking about interests, role-playing, repeating, using gestures, summarizing, listening to yourself, and thinking in English. These habits together make your brain fast and fluent. One student said, "Teacher, I now respond instantly. I do not hesitate." That is the result of consistent practice. Thinking fast and speaking fluent is possible for anyone who follows these habits daily, trusts the process, and enjoys the journey. Fluency is a journey, and thinking fast is the key to make it easy, natural, and enjoyable. One student said, "Teacher, now I can speak fast anywhere I feel confident." That is the reward of daily practice, patience, listening, speaking, and thinking in English. Keep practicing, keep listening, keep speaking, and your brain will think fast, and your speech will be fluent. Thinking fast and speaking fluent is a skill you build step by step. One day you may feel slow, and the next day faster. I remember a student who practiced daily but still doubted himself. He said, "Teacher, I hesitate sometimes." I smiled and said, "Hesitation is normal. Keep practicing, and your brain will respond quickly." He kept shadowing stories, listening to podcasts, reading aloud, writing short sentences, and speaking with friends daily. Slowly, he noticed his thinking became faster, and his speech became fluent. Another student asked, "Teacher, how can I respond instantly in conversations?" I told him, "Use all your skills together. Listening, reading, writing, speaking, repeating, and thinking in English daily will train your brain." He practiced even when he was alone. Slowly, his responses became instant. Confidence is very important. One shy student feared speaking in front of others. I told her, mistakes are normal. Speak anyway. She started practicing daily with friends. Slowly, her brain learned to respond quickly, and her speech became fluent. Repetition is key. One student repeated sentences, phrases, and stories every day. Slowly, thinking fast became natural. Another secret is prediction. When someone speaks, guess what they will say next. One student practiced this daily. Slowly, he could respond instantly. Listening to native speakers helps a lot. One student listened to English songs and podcasts daily. Slowly, his brain learned patterns, and he could respond fast. Shadowing is powerful. One student shadowed videos every day, repeating immediately. Slowly, he spoke fast and natural. Writing helps organize thoughts. One student wrote a paragraph every day. Slowly, he could speak fluent sentences instantly. Role-playing is effective. Pretend to order food, buy tickets, or ask directions. One student practiced daily. Slowly, he responded fast in real situations. Asking questions starts conversations. One student asked classmates about hobbies, daily life, and interests. Slowly, he could respond quickly and confidently. Reading aloud trains pronunciation, vocabulary, and thinking speed. One student read stories aloud every day. Slowly, his brain processed sentences fast. Thinking in English all the time helps. One student practiced thinking in English even when alone. Slowly, thinking fast became natural. Using gestures and body language helps communication. One student copied gestures from videos daily. Slowly, his speech became clearer and faster. Summarizing is another technique. Listen or read something, then summarize in your own words. One student practiced daily. Slowly, he could speak fast and fluent. Celebrating small victories motivates you. One student celebrated learning 5 new words every day. Slowly, he became confident and spoke fast. Shadowing, repetition, reading aloud, writing, predicting sentences, asking questions, role-playing, using gestures, summarizing, speaking with friends, reviewing old lessons, and thinking in English. These combined habits train your brain. One student did all of this daily. Slowly, he could respond instantly in any situation. Mistakes, pauses, and challenges are natural. Patience is essential. One student wanted instant results. I said, brain needs time. Practice daily. Slowly, he spoke fast and fluent. Speaking about topics you love also helps. One student loved football. He spoke about football every day. Slowly, his brain responded fast. Speaking about new topics helps even more. One student spoke about science, history, and music. Slowly, he could think fast in many subjects. Reviewing old lessons is useful. One student reviewed notes every week. Slowly, his brain responded faster. Shadowing, repeating, reading aloud, writing, predicting sentences, thinking in English, asking questions, role-playing, using gestures, summarizing, speaking with friends, and reviewing lessons. These habits together make your brain fast and fluent. One student said, "Teacher, now I respond instantly in conversations. I do not hesitate." That is the goal. Thinking fast and speaking fluent is possible for anyone who practices daily, stays patient, and trusts the process. Listening to yourself helps. One student recorded her voice and listened daily. Slowly, she could correct mistakes and speak fast. Creativity helps too. Make short stories, videos, or songs in English. One student practiced daily. Slowly, his brain responded fast, and his speech became fluent. Challenging yourself helps. Speak about topics you do not know well. One student loved sports but tried science and history. Slowly, he could think fast in any subject. Preparing common sentences is useful. Greetings, shopping phrases, school sentences, and directions. Practice daily. Slowly, your brain responds automatically. Combining all techniques, shadowing, reading aloud, writing, repeating, predicting sentences, asking questions, role-playing, speaking about interests, reviewing lessons, using gestures, summarizing, listening to yourself, creativity, challenging yourself, preparing common phrases, thinking in English, and speaking with friends trains your brain to think fast and speak fluent. One student said, "Teacher, now I can respond instantly anywhere. I feel confident." That is the result of daily practice. Fluency is not just about words. It is about thinking fast, responding confidently, connecting with people, and expressing yourself clearly. One student said, "Teacher, I think in English naturally now. I do not translate in my mind." That is the reward of daily listening, speaking, shadowing, reading aloud, writing, repeating, predicting sentences, asking questions, role-playing, using gestures, summarizing, speaking about interests, reviewing lessons, creativity, challenging yourself, preparing common phrases, and thinking in English. Patience, practice, and confidence grow daily. Mistakes, pauses, and challenges are teachers. One student said, "Teacher, now I can think fast and speak fluent anywhere." That is the result of consistent practice and belief in yourself. Your brain can think fast. Your mouth can speak fluent. Your confidence grows every day. Fluency and fast thinking are gifts you give yourself with practice, patience, and love for English. Shadowing, listening, reading aloud, writing, repeating, predicting, asking questions, role-playing, speaking about topics you love, using gestures, summarizing, reviewing lessons, creativity, challenging yourself, preparing common sentences, thinking in English, and speaking with friends. These combined habits make your brain fast and your speech fluent. One student said, "Teacher, now I respond instantly. I do not hesitate, and I enjoy speaking English." That is the reward of daily practice, patience, listening, speaking, and thinking in English. Keep practicing, keep listening, keep speaking, and your brain will think fast, and your mouth will speak fluent. Fluency is a journey, and thinking fast is the key to make it easy, natural, and enjoyable. One student said, "Teacher, I now speak fast everywhere I feel confident and happy. That is the final reward of daily practice: patience, listening, speaking, shadowing, reading aloud, writing, repeating, predicting sentences, asking questions, role-playing, using gestures, summarizing, creativity, challenging yourself, preparing phrases, thinking in English, and speaking with friends. Your journey to thinking fast and speaking fluent starts today. Keep going, and your efforts will make your brain fast and your speech fluent. Welcome, everyone. In today's video, we're not just going to talk about English. We're going to train something inside your mind, your brain. Because speaking English fluently doesn't start from your mouth. It starts from your thoughts. It starts from the way your brain reacts, remembers, and connects ideas in English. And by the end of this story, you will understand how to train your brain to think in English naturally. So, listen till the end and subscribe to our channel, Bookish English. My name is Sam, and today I'll share something that changed my life completely. You see, for years I studied English the wrong way. I memorized grammar rules, learned long word lists, watched videos silently, and told myself, one day I'll speak. But when that day came, I couldn't. My mind went blank. I tried to translate every word from my language, and by the time I found the right words, the moment was gone. I felt slow, lost, and embarrassed. I thought maybe I wasn't smart enough. But I was wrong. The problem wasn't my memory. It was my brain's habit. My brain was trained to think in my native language, not in English. Every time I tried to speak, it translated word by word, sentence by sentence. That's why I sounded unnatural, broken, and nervous. But one day, something simple changed everything. I realized that my brain could learn English the same way it learned my first language, through repetition, through emotion, through sound, through experience, not through rules. That was the day I began my journey to train my brain to think in English. And that's what I'm going to show you now, step by step. The first thing you must understand is this: your brain is like a sponge, but it only absorbs what you use daily. If you keep living in your native language all day and only study English for 10 minutes, your brain won't switch. It stays comfortable in the old pattern. Thinking in English means changing that pattern. It means surrounding your mind with English words, English sounds, English thoughts, so your brain stops translating and starts reacting automatically. Let me give you a simple example. When you see a cat, what's the first word that comes to your mind? If it's your native language, your brain is still translating. But if the word cat comes instantly, congratulations, your brain has begun to think in English. That's what we are training for. But to reach that point, you must give your brain daily English food. Small, short, simple, repeated. You don't need to study 10 hours. You just need to feed your brain English in natural ways, many times a day. So, here's how I started. Every morning I woke up and said one sentence out loud in English. Nothing big, just something simple like, "Good morning, Sam," or "It's a beautiful day today." At first it felt strange, even funny, but after a few days my brain began to accept it. It started expecting English in the morning. Then I changed my phone's language to English. Suddenly, every time I read a message or checked an app, my brain saw English words. Slowly, my brain stopped translating. It started connecting English words directly with actions. When I saw settings, I didn't think about translation anymore. I just knew what it meant. This is how you train your brain, by removing the need to translate. Next, I began thinking simple thoughts in English during the day. For example, when I was walking to the bus, I would tell myself, I am walking to the bus. When I was eating lunch, I would think, this food tastes good. It might sound too easy, but that's exactly the secret. You don't need hard sentences. You need daily simple thoughts in English. Because every time you think in English, your brain builds a new connection. Every connection makes it faster next time. This is called brain wiring. The more you do it, the stronger your English network becomes. Then I created my favorite brain exercise, English moments. I decided that 3 times a day, no matter where I was, I would spend 1 minute thinking only in English. No translation allowed. I could be waiting in line, walking home, or washing dishes. I just started describing what I saw. The sky is blue. That man looks tired. I feel sleepy. 1 minute at a time. That's all. At first, it was hard. My brain wanted to go back to my language. But I kept doing it. And something beautiful happened after 2 weeks. My brain started using English automatically. I didn't even try. I saw a cup and thought cup, not my language word. That's when I realized thinking in English was not magic. It was a habit. But I also discovered something else. The more I listened to English sounds, the faster my brain learned to think in English. Because language is sound, not text. Reading is silent. Thinking is sound. When you listen a lot, your brain absorbs rhythm, tone, emotion, and meaning without translation. So, I started listening to short English audios daily, podcasts, dialogues, songs, even children's stories. I didn't understand everything. That was fine. I just listened and felt the sounds. Slowly, my brain began predicting what came next. That's how babies learn, by hearing again and again. I was doing the same. Here's a truth that changed my journey. Your brain doesn't care about difficulty, it cares about frequency. It's not how hard you study, it's how often you touch English. 1 minute 5 times a day is better than 1 hour once a week. That's how habits are born, through repetition, not perfection. So, if you truly want to think in English, stop studying too much. Start living in English, even for small moments. Put English around you, your phone, your music, your thoughts, your mirror. When you make a cup of tea, say it in English. When you look at yourself, say, I look tired. When you go to sleep, whisper, good night. It's these small sentences that reprogram your brain. Thinking in English is not about knowing all the words. It's about connecting feelings, sounds, and meaning directly in English. That's why translating is dangerous. When you translate, you break the flow. You slow down your thoughts. But when you think directly, you feel free. You speak faster, with confidence. because your brain is no longer jumping between two languages. That's how real fluency starts. And you can do it. Anyone can. You just need to practice small thoughts daily, listen to natural English, and give your brain permission to make mistakes. Now let's pause for a moment and imagine something. Imagine you wake up tomorrow and your first thought is in English. You walk to the mirror and say, "I feel fresh today." You smile. You think, "Let's have breakfast." No translation, no stress, just natural thinking. That's what we are building. It doesn't happen in one day, but it happens step by step, exactly like this. That's the beginning of the story. The real transformation starts when you connect your brain, your mouth, and your emotions together. And that's what we'll explore next. So now tell me, do you want me to continue with the next 1,000 words, where Sam learns how to stop translating completely and starts living inside the English language? Sam's journey continued the next morning. He woke up early, still half asleep, but before his brain could slip into his native language, he whispered softly, "Good morning." It was quiet, simple, and short, but it was English. That one small sentence was like pressing a switch in his brain. It told his mind, "We are in English mode now." He repeated it again, this time with a smile, "Good morning." It felt natural. He didn't translate. He didn't think about grammar. He just said it. That's how his brain slowly began to accept English as a living part of his day. He noticed something interesting after 1 week. Every time he used English, even for a few seconds, his brain reacted faster. When he looked at the clock, the time came to him in English. When he saw food, the words apple, bread, milk came instantly. It wasn't about memorization anymore. It was about connection. He realized his brain wasn't a machine to fill with words. It was a garden to water with experiences. The more moments he gave his brain in English, the faster it grew new language roots. One afternoon, Sam went for a walk in the park. He decided to practice thinking in English silently, just inside his head. He looked around and started describing what he saw. "The grass is green. The sky is blue. That boy is running fast. The dog is happy." At first, he spoke slowly, but soon his thoughts began to flow. The sentences connected like a small story. The dog is running. The boy is laughing. The sun is warm. I like this place. He was no longer translating. He was thinking. That was the moment he smiled and realized something big. He was living inside English. But there was still one problem. Sometimes when he spoke to others, his thoughts became messy. He wanted to say something fast, but his mind froze. He felt pressure. He forgot words. His fluency disappeared. He realized that when he was relaxed and alone, his English brain worked perfectly. But when he felt nervous, his old language came back. So he decided to train his brain to stay in English even when speaking under pressure. He created a fun method called shadow talk. Every night, he stood in front of the mirror and talked to himself in English for 2 minutes. It didn't matter what he said. He just spoke freely, without planning. Sometimes he said things like, "I am talking to myself. That's funny." Or, I don't know what to say, but I will keep talking. The goal wasn't perfection. It was flow. The brain learns to think in English by hearing your own voice in English. The more he did it, the more confident he became. After 1 week, his sentences were longer, smoother, and faster. Then he added another step. He began shadowing English videos, short ones like 1-minute clips from YouTube. He listened carefully and repeated every sentence out loud, trying to copy the tone, rhythm, and speed of the speaker. At first it was hard. His mouth couldn't move fast enough, but he didn't stop. He paused, repeated, and tried again. Slowly, his brain began to catch the sound patterns of English. And that was powerful, because sound is the language of the brain. He started noticing how his thoughts began forming in rhythm. English has a natural beat, and his brain started dancing to it. Sentences like, "What are you doing?" or "I don't know" came out automatically. He didn't have to remember them. They became part of his natural speech. He realized fluency wasn't about knowing everything. It was about training the brain to respond automatically through rhythm and emotion. Then something magical happened one evening. He was cooking dinner and accidentally burned the rice. Without thinking, he said, "Oh no, I burned it." It came out instantly, emotionally, naturally, no translation. He froze for a second and laughed. That was the first time he felt English come alive from inside him, not from a book or a lesson. His brain had finally begun to think emotionally in English. This emotional connection became his secret key. He understood that when English carried feelings, like surprise, joy, anger, or laughter, his brain remembered it deeply. So he started adding emotion to his daily English thinking. When he saw something beautiful, he said, "Wow, that's amazing." When something went wrong, he said, "Oh no," or "That's not good." These small emotional reactions trained his brain to respond in English automatically, the same way it responded in his native language. Now, Sam's brain had begun to change, but he wanted to go deeper. He wanted to stop translation completely. So he tried one powerful trick. He called it the English mind bubble. For 1 hour a day, he created an English-only world around him. During that hour, everything he saw, read, or said had to be in English. He listened to an English podcast, watched an English video, and talked to himself about what he was doing. I'm opening the window. I'm making tea. I'm checking my phone. There were no rules, no books, no fear, just living in English. At first, his brain fought back. It wanted to go back to his native words. But after 5 days, something shifted. His brain started staying inside the bubble even after the hour ended. He noticed that English phrases would pop into his mind randomly during the day, while eating, walking, or working. His thoughts became half English without effort. That's when he knew his brain was no longer learning English. It was thinking in it. Sam realized that training your brain to think in English is not about time or talent. It's about mindset and consistency. When you make English your environment, even for a few minutes each day, your brain adapts naturally. It doesn't need permission. It just needs repetition. He often said to himself now, "My brain learns what I live." And he was right, because English was no longer something he studied. It was something he lived. Sam's transformation deepened over the next few weeks. The change was no longer only in his words. It was in his mind, his emotions, even the way he saw the world. He began noticing that when he thought in English, his feelings felt lighter, calmer, more focused. It was as if English had its own energy, its own rhythm that shaped how he reacted to life. When he spoke in his native language, his thoughts felt fast and emotional. But in English, his thoughts became clear and balanced. That's when he realized language doesn't just change what you say, it changes how you think. He started to test this new awareness. One morning, while drinking coffee, he decided to describe his feelings in English. "I feel peaceful. The coffee smells nice. The sun looks warm." It was simple, but it made him smile. He wasn't studying anymore. He was experiencing English. His thoughts were connected to his senses, to smell, touch, sound, and sight. That's when he understood a deep truth. The brain learns through the senses, not through memory. When you connect English to what you see, hear, or feel, your brain keeps it forever. So he built a new daily ritual. Whenever he experienced something, he used English to describe it in the moment. When it rained, he whispered, "The rain feels cold." When he felt tired, he said, "I need rest." When he was happy, he said, "This is a good day." Every sentence, no matter how short, became a bridge between his thoughts and the English world. His brain was learning faster now, not because of grammar, but because of living. He also noticed something powerful about silence. Sometimes, when he didn't know what to say, he stayed quiet, but listened deeply. He listened to the sounds of people talking in English online, the rhythm of sentences, the pauses between words. That silence was not empty, it was learning. His brain was processing patterns, tones, and emotions without him realizing it. The more he listened, the more natural his thoughts became. Then came the most important step, connecting his inner voice to English. Everyone has that little voice inside, the one that talks when you're alone, when you plan, when you worry, when you dream. Sam decided to turn that voice into English. At first, it was strange. His inner thoughts still appeared in his native language. But he kept trying. Every time he caught himself thinking in his language, he gently switched. For example, when his mind said, "I need to go now," in his native tongue, he repeated it softly in English, "I need to go now." Day by day, his inner voice began to change. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. Soon, when he thought about tomorrow, the sentences appeared in English naturally. "Tomorrow will be good." "I should finish that work." "I'll call my friend later." That was the real victory. Not speaking to others, but speaking to himself in English. Because once your inner voice switches to English, translation disappears forever. But Sam wanted to go even deeper. He wanted to feel like English was not something outside of him, but something inside him, a part of his soul. So, he began writing short thoughts in a notebook every night before sleep. He called it his English journal. He didn't worry about grammar. He just wrote what he felt. Today I felt proud. I made a mistake, but I learned. I feel thankful for this day. This small habit changed everything. Writing helped him slow down his thoughts and see how English reflected his feelings. His brain learned not only to think in English, but also to feel in English. Weeks passed, and one morning he woke up with a surprising thought. He had dreamed in English. It was short, simple, but completely in English. That dream showed him that his brain had accepted English as a natural language. It was no longer something he studied. It had become a part of who he was. That day he smiled and said to himself, "Now English is not my second language. It's my second mind." He realized this is what fluency truly means. Not speaking fast, not using big words, but living in English without fear, without translation. He wanted to share this journey with others, so he created a small group online where people from different countries could practice English thinking. Instead of teaching grammar, he guided them to think and feel in English. They shared daily habits, talking to themselves, describing their day, listening actively, keeping small journals. In just 2 weeks, everyone began noticing change. They spoke faster, felt more confident, and their fear started to fade. Sam understood then that this was not only about him, it was a universal method. He told them, "Stop chasing perfection. Start living in English. Think small, repeat often, and listen more than you speak. Your brain will do the rest, because that's how our brains are built, to adapt, to grow, to transform with what we feed them." As his journey continued, Sam felt something spiritual about it. Thinking in English had opened his mind to new emotions, new ideas, and new parts of himself he never knew before. He could express feelings he couldn't describe in his native tongue. English became not only a tool of communication, but also a tool of understanding of himself and the world. And now, his message to you is simple. You can do this too. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to begin. When you wake up, say one sentence in English. When you walk, describe what you see. When you feel something, name it in English. When you listen, don't translate. Just feel the rhythm. When you speak, don't fear mistakes. Every mistake is proof that you're training your brain. Remember, your brain learns through emotion, sound, and experience. The more English you live, the faster you will think in it. You don't need books, you need moments. You don't need translation, you need connection. And maybe one night, just like Sam, you'll dream in English too. And that dream will show you that you finally crossed the invisible bridge between learning English and living in it. So before you go, try this simple exercise tonight. Look around your room, pick 5 things, and name them in English. Then, describe how you feel. Say it softly. I feel calm. I am ready for tomorrow. And when you wake up, start your day with one English thought. That's how the journey begins, one thought at a time. The next morning, Sam woke up before sunrise. The world outside was quiet. The air was soft and cold. He sat by the window, holding his cup of tea, and watched the light slowly appear. Without thinking, he whispered, "It's a beautiful morning." The words came naturally, like breathing. There was no translation, no effort. It was just there, simple, true, and alive. That's when he realized that English was now the first voice inside his mind. It felt gentle, calm, and close to his heart. He didn't study anymore. He lived in English. But something else began to happen. Sam noticed that English had started to change not only his language, but his life. When he thought in English, his thoughts were shorter, clearer, and more peaceful. He no longer overthought everything. English made him slow down and see things simply. It made him feel free from confusion. He began to understand that language is not only about communication, it's also about perception. When you think in another language, you see the world through new eyes. You become a different version of yourself. That day, Sam decided to test this idea. He went outside for a walk and promised himself that for the next hour, he would live completely inside English. No translation, no switching. Every sound, every image, every thought had to be in English. He walked past a small park, and the first words came, "The leaves are falling." The wind touched his face, and he said softly, "The wind feels cool." A child laughed nearby, and the words appeared, "That sound is beautiful." His mind was alive with English sentences, simple, natural, emotional. He didn't even try. They just came. Halfway through the walk, he sat on a bench and smiled. For years he had feared English. He had seen it as something difficult, something outside of himself. But now, it felt like home. He could feel the meaning of every word, not because he memorized it, but because he lived it. That's when he realized the secret to fluency is not knowing more. It's feeling more. When you feel English, you remember it forever. Later that day, Sam met his friend Lisa, who was also learning English. She was struggling with the same problem. She understood English, but couldn't think in it. Sam shared his journey with her. He told her, "Your brain can learn English naturally, but you must stop translating. Translation is like a wall between you and real English. You don't break the wall by force. You break it by habit." Small, daily, real habits, Lisa asked him. "But how can I stop translating?" "It happens automatically." Sam smiled and said, "I know. It happened to me too. But I trained my brain to switch gently. When your mind says something in your language, don't fight it. Just repeat it softly in English. Do it again and again. After some days, your brain will stop using your language by itself." Lisa decided to try. She followed Sam's advice. For the next week, she began talking to herself in English. Short, simple sentences. At first, she made many mistakes. Sometimes she didn't know the right word, but she didn't stop. She used easy words instead. Instead of saying, "I am disappointed," she said, I feel not good. Instead of, I'm exhausted, she said, I am very tired. She realized she didn't need perfect English to think in English. She just needed English that worked. That was the moment her fear started to disappear. Sam watched her progress and smiled. He saw in her the same change that had once begun in him, the change from fear to freedom. One evening they met again, and Lisa said happily, Sam, I think I had my first English thought today. I saw the rain, and the first word in my mind was rain. Not my language, English. Sam laughed softly and said, That's it. That's the beginning. Once your brain does that once, it will do it again and again. That's how it grows. Days passed, and Sam started to enjoy teaching others. He shared his small methods with friends online, the morning sentence, the mirror talk, the 1-minute thinking practice, the emotion connection. People began sending him messages saying how their lives were changing. One person wrote, I finally stopped translating. Now I dream in English. Another said, I can speak faster now because I think faster. Sam realized his story was not only his own, it was everyone's story who had ever wanted to feel fluent. One night he sat at his desk and opened his journal again. He wrote slowly, Today I helped someone feel brave in English. Then he paused and added, Maybe that is the real meaning of fluency, to share what you've learned. He looked at his words and smiled. They were simple, but they carried something deep, emotion, memory, and truth. English had become his second heart. As he sat there, he began to think about the next step. He asked himself, if thinking in English changed my mind, what else can it change? He closed his eyes and imagined a world where people from different countries could think and speak freely, without fear or barriers. A world where language was not a wall, but a bridge. And for the first time, he understood that English wasn't just a skill, it was a connection. It connected minds, emotions, and hearts. The next morning, when he woke up, he said softly, Today I will live in English, not just speak it. And that simple promise became his way of life. He didn't study. He didn't memorize. He just lived, one thought at a time, one emotion at a time, in English. And maybe, somewhere, his story is just beginning. Because when your mind starts thinking in a new language, you don't only learn words, you learn a new way to be. Sam's life began to feel different now. Every day carried a quiet sense of discovery. The world around him looked the same, but he noticed things he had never noticed before. The soft sound of footsteps, the color of morning light, the way people smiled at each other. English had opened his eyes in a new way. It was no longer just a language in his mind. It had become a lens through which he saw life itself. When he thought in English, his thoughts felt simple, peaceful, and kind. It was as if his heart had learned to breathe in another rhythm. One afternoon, he decided to join an online conversation group. It was a small, friendly space where people from different countries met every evening to talk in English. Sam was nervous at first. His hands felt a little cold as he waited for the session to begin. He reminded himself, don't be perfect. Be present. When the screen lit up, he saw faces from Brazil, Japan, Egypt, and Turkey. Everyone looked shy but curious, just like him. The host smiled and said, "Let's start by introducing ourselves." When it was Sam's turn, he said slowly, "Hello, everyone. My name is Sam. I'm from India. I started thinking in English some months ago, and now it feels like a part of me." The group smiled warmly. One person said, "That's beautiful, Sam. I also want to think in English like that." That small sentence made Sam's heart glow. For the first time, he felt connected to people he had never met before. They came from different cultures, but English had brought them together in one shared space, one human language. As the meeting continued, they talked about small things: food, weather, daily life, dreams. But something magical happened. Everyone began speaking more freely, without fear of mistakes. They laughed, shared stories, and listened to each other. Sam noticed that when he listened carefully, his mind didn't translate anymore. He understood the meaning through the tone, the rhythm, and the emotion in their voices. He realized that real understanding comes not only from words, but from feeling. After the session ended, Sam sat quietly for a few minutes. He felt something warm inside, not pride, but connection. He understood that language is not just about speaking fluently, it's about feeling together. When people think in the same language, their hearts begin to move closer. That night, he wrote in his journal, "Today I didn't just speak English. I shared English." The next few weeks, he joined the group every evening. Sometimes they discussed deep topics like happiness, fear, and hope. Sometimes they just talked about daily things. But each conversation helped Sam grow. His confidence became natural. He didn't prepare words anymore. The right sentences came at the right time, like water flowing from a spring. The others noticed too. One member said, "Sam, you sound so natural now. How did you do it?" Sam smiled and said, "I stopped learning English. I started living it." He explained his simple method: small thoughts, emotional connection, daily repetition, and no translation. Everyone wanted to try it. They began sharing their own English moments every day, short clips, voice notes, little stories of how they thought in English for 1 minute while cooking, walking, or watching the rain. Soon, the group became like a family. They supported each other, corrected each other gently, and celebrated every small success. One evening, the host asked everyone a question. "How does thinking in English make you feel?" There was a pause. Then Sam spoke softly. "It makes me feel free. When I think in English, I don't feel like I'm trying to be someone else. I just feel like myself, but clearer, calmer, more open." Others nodded. A girl from Japan said, "Yes, it's the same for me. In English, I can express feelings that I can't explain in my own language." Another said, "When I speak English, I feel connected to the world." That conversation stayed in Sam's heart for a long time. He realized that English was not just about understanding grammar or vocabulary. It was about building bridges, invisible bridges between people, cultures, and hearts. It was about creating a shared space of understanding. He remembered how lost he used to feel, trapped inside translation, afraid to speak. And now he was guiding others to freedom, not through lessons, but through experience. One morning, he received a message from Lisa. She wrote, "Sam, something amazing happened. Today I spoke with a tourist in English, and I didn't translate once. It just came out naturally." Sam smiled when he read it. That small message showed him how far both of them had come. It wasn't only about learning words anymore. It was about trust. Trusting the mind to flow, trusting the moment to guide the words. Later that day, Sam went for another walk in the park. The same park where months ago he had started describing things in English to himself. Now, everything felt different. The same trees, the same sky, but his world had grown wider. He saw people talking, children laughing, birds flying, and in his heart he said softly, "This is my English world now." He knew he had changed from the inside, not just as a learner, but as a human being who could now understand others in another language. Before leaving the park, he sat on the same bench where he had once practiced his first English sentences. He looked up at the sky and whispered, "Thank you." It wasn't just for English. It was for the journey, for the patience, for every mistake that became a step forward. He realized that language learning is never really finished. It's alive, always growing, always deepening, just like the person learning it. That night, as he prepared for sleep, he whispered one last thought. "Tomorrow, I will keep thinking in English. I will keep living in it." And with that simple promise, he closed his eyes, calm, peaceful, and proud. Because now, English was no longer something he was learning, it was something he was. The next morning began quietly. Soft sunlight came through the window, touching Sam's face. He opened his eyes slowly, feeling a deep calm inside. His room was silent, but his thoughts were already awake. In English. It felt natural now, like breathing. He didn't even try. The words formed in his mind easily, gently, without effort. "Good morning," he whispered to himself, smiling. It wasn't just a word anymore. It was a feeling. A connection between his inner world and the world outside. That day, he sat by his window with a cup of tea and thought about his whole journey. He remembered the first time he tried to think in English. It was hard, confusing, full of pauses. He used to translate everything word by word, afraid of mistakes. But slowly, he learned to let go. He realized that language grows like a plant. It needs time, sunlight, and care. You can't force it to bloom in one day. You must water it with practice, trust, and patience. Sam decided to start something new, a small online community called Think in English Together. He wanted to help others feel what he had felt, the freedom of thinking in another language without fear. He posted his first message, Welcome, friends. This is not a classroom. It's a garden. Here, we grow thoughts and English people began to join. From different countries, different ages, different stories. But they all shared one dream: to speak English naturally, from the heart. Every evening, Sam would post a short reflection or question. What did you notice today in English? What made you smile in English? Did you speak to yourself kindly today? People replied with little moments. I ordered food in English. I watched a movie and understood a line without translation. I thought in English before sleeping. These were small steps, but to Sam, they were golden. Because he knew that fluency begins in the quietest moments, when no one is watching, when you simply think and feel in English. One night, Sam received a message from a boy named Rafael from Brazil. It said, I always feel afraid when I speak English. I forget words. I feel stupid. What should I do? Sam took a deep breath and smiled softly. He replied, Don't fight your fear. Sit with it. Talk to it in English. Say, Hello, fear. I see you, but I will still speak. Fear is not your enemy. It's just a signal that you're growing. The next day, Raphael replied, I tried it. I spoke even with fear. And it worked. That message made Sam realize something profound. The real secret of language learning isn't only about grammar, vocabulary, or pronunciation. It's about courage, the courage to stay present, to speak when your heart shakes, to express when your mind doubts. The moment you stop hiding behind translation, you start living in the language. Weeks turned into months. The community grew bigger. People started sharing voice notes, reading short poems, telling small stories of their days in English. Sam listened to them with joy. He could hear their progress, not just in words, but in emotion. Their voices carried honesty, hope, and light. They were not just learning English, they were becoming it. One evening, the group decided to hold a live meeting, everyone on video, speaking freely. When the time came, Sam joined the call and saw dozens of smiling faces. He felt a lump in his throat. He said softly, Look at all of us. Different countries, different languages. But right now, we are one. Because we think in English, we feel in English, and we understand each other beyond borders. The group clapped and laughed. Some even had tears in their eyes. Then someone asked, Sam, what's the final step? How do we master English completely? Sam thought for a moment and said, You don't master English. You merge with it. You stop being a learner. You become a voice. The goal is not to speak English perfectly. The goal is to speak as English, to let it flow through you like music. The group fell silent for a moment, absorbing his words. It wasn't about perfection anymore. It was about connection. After the call ended, Sam went outside. The night sky was full of stars. The air felt calm and wide. He looked up and whispered, Thank you, life, for teaching me through words. He realized that English had not only given him a new voice, It had given him a new way to understand the world. He could now feel the rhythm of thoughts, the beauty of silence, the melody of meaning in every sentence. He remembered his first sentence months ago. I want to think in English. And now he smiled because that wish had come true and gone even deeper. He didn't just think in English. He felt, dreamed, and lived in it. English was no longer a subject he studied. It had become a second soul. As the night grew quieter, Sam closed his eyes and thought, maybe the real secret of learning is love. When you love a language, it starts loving you back. He smiled, peaceful and full of gratitude. The journey that began with small steps had turned into something timeless, a way of life, a connection between hearts across the world. And so his story ended not with a full stop, but with a continuation. Because every morning, somewhere in the world, someone new whispered their first English thought, softly, shyly, bravely, just like Sam once did. And that's how the story of learning never truly ends. It simply passes from one heart to another, one thought, one word, one beautiful moment at a time.